This is the Thursday, July 8th, 2010 meeting of the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals. Would you call the roll, please?
Joanna Croft.
Here.
Timothy Vigg.
Here.
Dean Cars.
Here.
Kenneth Burkhart. Jeff Ron.
Here.
Joshua Fink. Ann Denny.
Here.
Kate Williams.
Here.
That brings us to our minutes for approval. We have minutes from the February 11th, 2010 meeting. Are there any comments on those minutes? Is there any opposition to approval of the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. Special order of business, executive sessions, disclosures. Do we have any disclosures this evening?
I do.
Yes, Ms. Denny.
The issue with Mount Vernon Commons, Mr. Badhurst and I are former co-workers.
Your former coworkers, and do you feel that will affect you providing an impartial decision?
No.
Are there any other disclosures this evening?
I do.
Yes, Ms. Williams.
I listened to case 2009-124, and so I'm prepared to participate.
Thank you very much. And that is the case that's on our unfinished business public hearings item this evening. Are there any further disclosures? Seeing none. Okay. Based on those two disclosures, both Ms. Denny and Ms. Williams will be participating in those respective cases. We have 5 resolutions on our consent agenda. Has everyone had an opportunity to review those resolutions? Okay. Could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Ms. Croft, you've indicated you would approve. Mr. Ron, you've seconded that? Thank you. Is there any, are there any items that anyone wishes to pull off that consent agenda for discussion? Seeing none, is there any opposition to approval of the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda passes. That moves us on. We have no appearance requests this evening. That moves us on to agenda item F under our unfinished business public hearings, which was case 2009-124. This case we had the public hearing at our last meeting. The case was the public hearing was closed and the matter rested with the board. There had been a motion made by one of the board members, and then we postponed pending additional information, I believe. Mr. Barrett, would you provide us with what that additional information was that was provided, and then perhaps I could have the board members who made their motions speak to that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back into the main package on page 2, which was from last month, you will notice that the encroachment of the deck and the house are evident but not called out. They're not dimensioned. You'll also notice that there is a fence shown along the west property line, and a photograph in the package seemed to indicate that the house was 7-8 feet. The house and fence were separated by 7 or 8 feet and not as close as 1 to 2 feet as appeared on the as-built. So the board directed that we take a look at both of those items. The surveyor did come out again at Ms. Prince's request. He did verify that the fence is not on the property line. It is several feet inside the neighbor's property, And so the surveyor on the second page, page B of the new information, he erased some of the little X fence symbols to indicate that the fence and the property line are not the same thing. And he also dimensioned the two encroachments. The house is 5'7", and the deck is 1 foot from the property line. The information basically hasn't changed any of the issues in the variance. The short version is standard 3 is not met, and the department recommendation stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And just for the record, on page 11, the department recommendation was for approval, subject to the one standard.
Mr. Chairman, that's a typo. That's my mistake, left over from last month. Under the department recommendation on page 10, the recommendation is for denial of the variance as standard 3 is not met. So approval on page 11 is my mistake. That's an error. Denial. Oh, I'm sorry. I was not paying attention to what you said. It's correct. If the board finds for approval, the recommendation or the finding of approval be subject to the one condition on page 11. My apologies again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Barrett. And I guess I added to the confusion there. The recommend for denial is on page 10 because standard 3 is not the met. Okay, thank you, Mr. Barrett. Ms. Croft, I believe you had made the motion at our last meeting. Would you care to speak to that?
Do you want me to make the motion again so everyone knows what the motion was?
We have that on the record. Yes, would you please, Ms. Croft?
Certainly. I move that in case 2009-124 that we grant in the RO district a variance from AMC 21.40.130, which requires a 5-foot side yard setback for residential structures, to allow an existing deck and stair to have a setback of 1 foot at the maximum point of encroachment, which is an encroachment of 4 feet or 80%, subject to staff recommendation 1 on page 11.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. And I apologize. Who?
I believe Mr. Burkhart, or was it you? Okay, sorry.
Mr. Ron, had you seconded that, or he has indicated he has seconded that?
I believe that I had.
Thank you, Mr. Ron. Ms. Croft, would you care to have any further discussion?
I think I did speak to that motion at the last meeting. The new information we had really doesn't change any of my comments from before, because my comments were based on the assumption that we were just 1 foot off of the property line. The standard that I agreed with staff's recommendations on most of the standards. I believe standard 3 was the one that we had a little bit of the difficulty with, about the hardship is not self-imposed, and special conditions and circumstances do not result from the actions of the applicant. I believe that standard was at least partially met because the structures did predate zoning, and therefore they represent a type of a physical condition that we've talked about here at the board before. And I do think that the stair that is the subject of variance is about the smallest stair you can have and still be code compliant, and I thought that it was a reasonable use to have a second exit from a second-story dwelling. So those are my comments on standard 3, and I think that's I don't have anything else to add to that.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Mr. Ron, do you have anything further to comment?
Nothing new, Mr. Chair, but thank you. Just to reiterate Board Member Croft's comments about standard 3 and the predation of zoning. and the location of the house on the land, I find that standard 3 is at least partially met, and in the aggregate find that these standards are sufficiently met to support the motion and intend to vote to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Rowan. Are there any further comments from any of the board members? Just my comment, I also do now intend to support the motion. My concern that I'd raised at the previous meetings, I felt there was insufficient information before us to act, that based on the drawing that was before us, a variance may not even be necessary. However, based on the added information, I do feel that, A, the variance is warranted, is necessary, and B, that it's warranted, and that I concur with the findings of Ms. Croft and Mr. Ron, and will be supporting the motion. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, please vote. That motion passes by a vote of, with 6 affirmative votes. We had 2 absent. For a motion to pass, it requires a majority of the fully constituted board. The fully constituted board is 9 members, so it requires 5 affirmative votes for a motion to pass. Therefore, that motion does pass. I must read for the record: any party aggrieved by this decision has 30 days to appeal to Superior Court. The 30-day appeal period commences to run upon the mailing of the written decision. That brings us to our first public hearing and our cases under our public hearings. I will read the order of business for variances prior to us hearing our first case. The chair shall introduce the variance and explain the procedure to be followed. The variance case number and the name of the applicant shall be read into the record. The board shall hear and rule on any objections to the sufficiency of notice. The board shall hear a brief staff presentation outlining the variance, not to exceed 10 minutes. On conclusion of the staff presentation, the board members and the applicant may then direct questions to the staff through the chair. The applicant shall give his or her presentation, not to exceed 10 minutes. Throughout the proceedings, the burden of proof rests upon the applicant, who must convince the board by a preponderance of the evidence that the variance should be granted. On conclusion of the applicant's presentation, the board members and the staff may then direct questions to the applicant through the chair. The hearing shall be open for public testimony. Each person has 3 minutes. All persons who testify may be questioned by the board, staff, or the applicant. On conclusion of the public testimony, the staff, followed by the applicant, shall have the right of rebuttal, 3 minutes each. The board shall proceed to develop oral findings and conclusions with regard to the variance and disposition of the variance. The staff shall reduce the oral findings and conclusions to writing for subsequent adoption by the board at a later meeting. The matter then rests with the board, and the chair asks for a positive motion from the board. That brings us to our first case this evening, which is case 2010-069. The petitioner is the Mount Vernon Condo Association. Is the applicant here this evening? Applicant representative. They've indicated so. And could we have the sufficiency of notice provided by staff, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The property was posted and advertised, and 235 public hearing notices were mailed. We have not received any response to the public hearing notices.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Would you proceed with your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This property involves 4 tracts, but we're treating it as one application and as one property for the purposes of the variance. There are 3 requests. First is for a fence at the front yard lot line to be over the 4-foot legally allowed height to have a wrought iron fence of 6 feet high. The second variance is to allow that same fence to encroach the clear vision area at the corners of the property. And the third variance is requesting to be excused from the required turning and maneuvering because the fence will be at the property line and the fence will be gated at driveways. When vehicles pull up to the property to enter, they'll be leaving the public right-of-way, but they'll have to stop and wait for the gate to open. That is considered turning and maneuvering in the public right-of-way, and when you are dealing with a threeplex or higher in terms of the residential density, you're required to do all of that turning and maneuvering on private property. As I said, 4 tracts of property make up this application. The request is to construct a 6-foot-tall wrought iron fence, and there are some drawings of what the fence will look like under Section 4 of the report in with the application. The fence is going to be in the clear vision areas. There will be 5 gates in line with the fence at the property line for each of the 5 driveways onto the property. The streets around the condos are not constructed to full width, so the fence is actually going to be about 10 to 12 feet from the edge of the paved roadway, depending on where the center line of each road is actually located around the property. The fence will also be about 7 feet from each sidewalk surrounding the property. If the variances are approved, the fence is by definition also within the clear vision area because it will be at the front property line at the corner of each property. The design of the material being wrought iron, it's not intended to be sight obscuring. Nevertheless, blown trash, plastic bags, snow and ice buildup in the winter could eventually obscure the clear vision area at the corners of the property. And once again, if gates are installed at the property, they'll be about 10 to 12 feet from the edge of the roadway. So even a single automobile pulling in from the public right-of-way and into the driveway will, for at least a few moments, be projecting into the right-of-way as it waits for the gate to open. And if there are multiple cars waiting to enter the property, then obviously the situation is somewhat worse, and vehicles will be backed up waiting their turn to enter. Regarding the standards, standard number 1, that there are exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstances. The standard is not substantially met for any of the 3 variances. No creeks, wetlands, slopes, easements, or other physical impediments directly dealing with the desired fence location at the property line. The plat dates from 1973, and zoning, which included a fence height requirement at the time, have been in place since 1969. The structures were begun in 74. It is just an oversight that more adequate space was not allowed for a future fence. Nevertheless, the fence could be located at the legal setback of 10 feet from each front yard lot line. That is going to place it very close to some of the buildings, perhaps even touching some of the buildings. Also, there will be trees that will need to be removed as a result of installing the fence. There is a tree survey on page 3 of the packet. It appears that trees will be lost regardless of whether the fence is located at the property line or whether it's at a 10-foot setback or some other distance between the property line and 10 feet. Standard number 2, because of the physical circumstances, strict application of the code creates an exceptional or undue hardship. Again, not substantially met for any of the variances. First, the physical circumstances of standard number 1 are not met. And 2, although the fence is desired for safety and privacy, a legal fence could be constructed 10 feet back from the property line to still provide the desired security. Standard 3, that the hardship is not self-imposed. The standard is partially met for all 3 variances. Although there are no physical peculiarities to the property, the current owners did not plat or rezone the property nor build the buildings, and certainly they're not responsible for the increase in crime and pass-through pedestrian that is going on in this area, and which is the reason for the requested variance. So in that sense, we're saying the hardship is not self-imposed and that the standard is at least partially met. Standard 4, the variance, if granted, does not adversely affect adjacent properties. The standard is not substantially met for variance 2 and 3. It is met for variance 1, which is the fence at the property line. There are no structural separation issues, no drainage or runoff issues. Street maintenance and snow removal did not appear to be affected. The applicant will need to contact the water utility because there are multiple easements across the property which might be affected by the fence. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be any real negative effect from on the property. However, the clear vision area is affected, which is why the standard is not met for variance 2. And with traffic backed into the right-of-way waiting to enter the property while the gates open, variance 3, the turning and maneuvering portion of the request, is not met. Standard number 5, the variance, if granted, is in keeping with the intent of the code. The standard is substantially met for variances 1 and 2. It is not met for variance number 3. The reason it is not met for variance 3 is that this is primarily a safety issue. The fence at the property line, variance number 1, doesn't seem to present any real obstacles for standard number 5 being met. Standard number 2, if the property is properly maintained and the fence is periodically cleaned, especially in the winter, variance 2, the clear vision area can be said to be addressed. However, we're unable to support the idea of gates at the property line, which will cause traffic to be backed up into the right-of-way. Standard number 6, the variance, if granted, does not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare. This is essentially the same as number 4, not substantially met for 2 and 3. It is met for standard number 1, for variance number 1. The reason it is not met for variances 2 and 3, again, are primarily public safety, clear vision, and backing into the right-of-way. And finally, standard 7, the variance granted is the minimum that will make possible a reasonable use of the land. The standard not substantially met for any of the variances. The fence is about 7 feet from the sidewalk and 10 to 12 feet from the edge of the street if the fence is located at the property line. However, the fence is still going to be in the clear vision area, and placing the fence at the property line will have traffic backed up into the right-of-way as it attempts to enter the property. Placing the fence at the legal 10-foot setback from the front yard, that does not appear to be an unreasonable request and would continue to allow a reasonable use of the property. Although standards 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 are not substantially met, the traffic and planning departments have no objection to a 6-foot fence at the property line except as conditioned. Both departments recommend denial of the fence in the clear vision area and the request to place gates at the property line on the driveways of the property for the reasons stated in standards 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7. If the board finds for the variances, there are conditions on pages 11 and 12, and I should note that condition number 4 applies only if the board finds for approval of variance number 2. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Are there any questions of staff by the board? I have a couple questions, Mr. Barrett. Do we have in our staff packet any drawings showing the clear vision area for these driveways?
Mr. Chairman, I know I did one. Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid I'm not seeing it, though. I don't see it. I'll look in the file. I don't see it in the packet, Mr. Chairman. I'll check the file real quickly, see if it just didn't find its way in there. I'm afraid I'm not finding it, Mr. Chairman. I was hoping it was stuck in with traffic department comments, but I don't see it.
And that actually is my second comment. I saw one comment from traffic, and it was on page 30. I'm assuming that's on page 31 of our packet from traffic. That is traffic's comment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's traffic's comment.
And did they speak at all? Was there any discussion from any of the reviewing departments on the turning and maneuvering in the public right-of-way?
Only a verbal discussion with the traffic department, Mr. Chairman.
And what was their verbal comment?
They cannot support the gate at the property line. They would not object to the gate being 20 feet back from the property line so that there is room for at least one car to pull in completely out of the right-of-way.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Vig.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, is there any distinction in the primary versus secondary front yard limitation on height for fences at the property line? I believe, if I understand it, that 6 foot is the limitation and the primary and secondary is the same. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vig, it's the height limit is the same. For the primary front yard, the setback would be 10 feet. For a secondary front yard, the setback would be 5 feet. We did discuss that briefly with the applicant. That really doesn't work for them because it creates a zigzag pattern as you go around the properties. Okay. And, Mr. Chairman, one quick item regarding the traffic department's comments. You'll notice on that their comment on page 31 that they make reference to the AASHTO site triangle or site distance triangle. That's just a standard the traffic department's using. That's not adopted. That's not in code yet. Well, it is in code, but it only applies to Girdwood. It's not to Anchorage. We still use the clear vision area as defined in Title 21.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. However, I do understand that if and when Title 21 ever is, the revision is adopted, the AASHTO clear vision triangle is proposed to be anticipated as the clear vision triangle.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. It would substitute. And the wording in traffic's comment is that although it doesn't meet the clear vision area, this is their way of saying we have no objection because it does meet another professional standard, which is the AASHTO triangle.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Ms. Croft?
Yeah, Mr. Barrett, just want to confirm, because the variance itself doesn't talk about the height or the location. Is that all then taken care of by the department recommendation in saying that it's going to be a wrought iron fence?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Croft, there's a reference in the recommendation, if it's approved, to the drawings that were included with the application, yes. So it would be the same size and style.
So if this variance is approved, then the variance that runs with the land is just an approval for a wrought iron fence, that it cannot be changed at any time to a fence that has greater visual blocking?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Croft, the specific reference to a wrought iron fence is number 5 on page 11. I'm sure there's more than one type design, but the condition is further worded to say that it is as generally reflected on drawings, photographs, and the as-built specifically. So when we look at that condition, we would always refer back to the original package that was approved, and here is a nice clear picture of what approximately that fence is supposed to look like.
Okay, I'm just asking because at least I don't recall us having given the variance for only one specific material to be used on a fence.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Croft, occasionally we've said something like not a solid wood fence or something like that, chain link, but without any side-obscuring slats in it. This one is a little bit more specific because it is clearly in the clear vision area, and the design, which the drawing of it, which you see on page 44, it does have the potential to block the clear vision area. So certainly there could be a little bit of variation in the fence design, but not a lot.
Okay, and the other question I had is we have two site plans. They're the larger scale. One is showing the trees and other items on the property, such as signs, cable boxes, and fire hydrants. And then we have a second one which just shows the proposed location of the side of the fence and the 10-foot setback. Is there anything that shows what it looks like, what the fence would look like related to all those other things that are around the periphery of the site to know if there are conflicts?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Croft, no. The drawing on page 3 is the actual as-built survey. The drawing on page 2 was so that you could see where the fence would be in relation to the buildings and so forth. At a 10-foot setback, has it been drawn in with relation to anything else that's on the property so that you would have a better idea as to which is less of a conflict? No.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, could the applicant come forward, please? You state and spell your name for the record.
Robert Broadhurst, R-O-B-E-R-T, B-R-O-A-D-H-U-R-S-T.
Thank you, Mr. Broadhurst. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and we must find that all 7 standards have been met in order to grant a variance. So if you could
Okay, thank you.
have your presentation address the 7 standards.
Thank you, and we'll be splitting our time with Chris Bond, Vice President of the Board of Directors, and the Chairman of the Board, or the Chairman of the Fence Committee.
And just to get combined, you'll have 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do it, yeah, right. So, thanks for your time here. I'm sure you'll already be fishing. Introduction, I'm a property management company and stuff that works for Mount Vernon Commons, and we provide also a maintenance contract. Not a lot of time and a lot to say, so I'll get right to it. Regarding, and I'm sure I'm not going to read the questions, I'm sure you're all painfully aware of all the questions. To question 1, peculiarities of the specific property must arise from physical conditions of the land itself. I really know of no other condo association in Anchorage that has the amount of groomed land that Mount Vernon Commons possesses. Almost 15 acres of beautiful park-like setting. There's 142 homes in Mount Vernon Commons. Almost 95% of the homes are owner-occupied. These are not renters. These are property taxpayers. They also pay sufficient dues monthly, and their dues are as high as they are because they maintain this great amount of land. They want to enjoy their land however they can't. The fence is painfully needed. The children from neighboring rental complexes treat it as a playground. Adults treat it as a convenient place to walk their dogs. And the inebriates, drug dealers, prostitutes use it as an opportunity place to hide from the APD. These are the exceptional and extraordinary physical circumstances of the subject property, and that's what distinguishes it from other land in the area. The need for the gated community is a certainty. To question 2, if we're not able to place a fence on the property line, the strict application of the code will cause the private paved walkways that encircle the property and run throughout it to no longer be of value. There would be areas that the fence would cross over the pathways, and that in itself would create an undue hardship on the property owners, which are trying to enjoy their land. To question 3, the hardship is not self-imposed, as Mr. Barrett stated. The conditions and circumstances have become much more than inconvenient. The economy is down, as we all know. Crime is up. The longtime residents never envisioned the need for a fence. APD is spread thin, and I might say in support of this project. The older owners, as well as those with children, are scared. They want a fence, and they feel that a fence without gates is going to be useless. To question 4, as far as adversely affecting the use of adjacent property, the owners of Mount Vernon Common are willing to invest in a high-end alternative, wrought iron-style fence, which allows revision, so that drivers and pedestrians will be able to see and be seen. In fact, we actually brought a sample. In addition, the open nature of the fence will allow street maintenance to blow snow through it. When they do come to move the snowbanks back, which is really the real problem to clear vision in our area, you have to pull right out to look around the banks. The gates across the driveways cannot be set back 20 foot. The property line, from the property line, without the demolition of the end units, there just simply is no room to do that. The owners feel that the distance from the gate at the property line past the on-street parking is adequate to allow for them to clear the traffic lane. We may ask, traffic for a compromise to maybe just go back 10 foot instead of 20 foot. As stated by Mr. Barrett, the property line is approximately 12 foot from the curb. An additional 10 foot would make that 22 foot, and also take into consideration that there's allowed on-street parking. So if you got another 6 foot there, that's like 28 foot. If the parking, on-street parking is full, 22 foot extent, if the parking is full, the 22 foot would extend out to 28. If the parking, on-street parking is not full, residents can pull into that area, wait a few seconds, and then pull through the gate. Either way, the traffic lane is not obstructed. Furthermore, the association is planning to use an automated high-proximity garage door opener style device to activate the gate from a distance, which will further alleviate the stacking of traffic. To question 5, Mount Vernon Commons does not want to deprive anyone of the use of the public right-of-way. To that end, they're investing in the most technologically advanced automated operators available to activate and speed the opening of the gates. To question 6, the owners of interest in Mount Vernon Commons do not feel that the variance in question with the provisions they have brought forward will significantly adversely affect the health, safety, or welfare of the municipality in which they are a part. For the reasons previously stated, Mount Vernon Commons owners feel that the granting of variance request will make possible a reasonable use of the land with little adverse impact to the people of Anchorage, ensure that their right to privacy is preserved. That's all I have. And now, Chris, I hope I didn't use up any of his time.
Thank you, Mr. Broadhurst. Mr. Bond,
Yes. Do you need me to spell my name, or?
go ahead. Yes, please.
CHRISTOPHER. I'll try not to repeat too much, but we have a lot of the same ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Christopher Bond. I'm the Vice President of the Mount Vernon Commons Condo Association, Chair of the Security Committee, and Co-Chair of the Fence Committee. In 2007, just a few months after purchasing my condo, my home was burglarized. My fiancée was inside at the time taking a shower. She felt the house shake as he kicked open the door, and barely realizing what had happened, she screamed as loud as she could, half ran, half fell down a flight of stairs, and made it out the back door. She ran naked through the January snow until she found a neighbor who would let her in. The police found a footprint. We were left with the psychological aftermath. The safety of our home was violated. After her scream, the burglar panicked and ran, but he still managed to steal our ability to feel safe and secure in our own homes. At the annual meeting that year, I found out this was not an isolated incident. I joined the association board to get not only me, but the rest of the community the protection it needs in an area of town that, in the time since our neighborhood was constructed, has become a haven for drug use, prostitution, theft, and violent crime. This is why we want to build a gated fence for our community. Why does the fence need to be at the property line? As a board member, I have a fiduciary responsibility to the other homeowners. In this case, that means maintaining property values. In many places on the property, building the fence at the 10-foot setback will put it within a few feet of residents' doors and windows. These people will not feel like they're in a safer community. With the 10-foot setback, this fence will feel like a prison with walls close enough to touch. Quality of life will be severely impacted, and property values for these homes will plummet, which will affect values for the entire neighborhood. Building the fence at the property line is a reasonable use, and it will not be detrimental to anyone's interest. Why does the fence need to be in the clear viewing area at the corners of the property? As stated, by having the fence closer to the units, it will be within just a few feet of the houses at the corners of the association and create the same imprisoned feeling for those homeowners with the same detriment to property value and quality of life. Additionally, this is an ornamental iron fence with 4-inch gaps between each post. It will provide clear view for traffic to intersecting streets. It is unreasonable to assume that snow or ice could build up in this gap by natural means to the point that it would obscure vision. In fact, we expect this fence will help to preserve the clear viewing area by preventing the plowing of snow onto those corners to be left to sit for the entire winter, a safety hazard which has become an annual occurrence. Building the fence in the clear viewing area is a reasonable use and will not be detrimental to anyone's interest. Why does the gate need to be in line with the fence and allow maneuvering in the public right-of-way? The staff report recommends the gates be located 20 feet from the property line to allow on-site maneuvering. I want to make sure it's understood that the gates as proposed will already be set 12 or more feet back from the curb in an area the condo association maintains. Additionally, both 32nd and 34th Avenues allow parking on both sides of the street, adding another 6 feet or more of space on the street that is commonly unused and unusable by traffic on those roads. This 18-foot zone for on-site maneuvering in a public right-of-way that is already being used for parking in every other area of the road seems to make more sense than the 38 feet of emptiness that the proposed 20-foot setback will create. There's a strong logistical reason for this request as well. A 20-foot setback will require gate opening equipment be placed adjacent to houses, and in some cases will become practically uninstallable, and a fence with no gates will provide no security at all. Installing the gate in line with the fence and allowing maneuvering in the public right-of-way is a reasonable use and will not be detrimental to anyone's interest. With these thoughts in mind, we ask you to grant these 3 variances. If the board cannot find in favor of the variances stated, I would ask that they consider an alternative that will not force us to choose to sacrifice either our safety or our property values. If the first variance is approved as is, and if we were to reduce the clear viewing area viewing restriction to 10 feet at each side of the corner, rather than 30 feet, and have a 10-foot setback for the gate instead of 20, we would still be able to install the fence and gates without forfeiting either property value or our ability to peacefully enjoy our homes and land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond, and well done speaking fast that last 30 seconds. Are there questions of the applicant by the board? I do have a couple questions. Mr. Broadhurst, Mr. Bond, whoever would like to address it. Actually, I think Mr. Bond touched on it at the end of his presentation, but there was some discussion. I know your preference is to have all 3 of the variances granted. Mr. Broadhurst, you had mentioned that there may be some dialogue that could be had with traffic engineering as far as the location of the gate. I just want to make sure I understood what your comment was as far as understanding you'd prefer it to be on the property line, but there might be some discussion as far as setting it back 10 feet as opposed to 20 feet, or I'm trying to recall what you're...
Having the gate set back from the property line 20 feet is an impossibility. I mean, that just, there is no room for that. It may be possible, at 10 foot to make it work. It certainly would not be ideal. I don't know what flexibility, the board would have to, make it some type of a compromise on that. But at a 10-foot setback, we feel that there would be sufficient room for maneuvering, and we may possibly be able to move on with the project. At 20 foot, it's not.
Okay, that answers my question. The second question, I believe, was for Mr. Bond. You had mentioned, along that same vein, understanding what your preferences of the variance, but 10-foot setback of the fence out of that triangle may be something that's physically possible instead of the 30-foot setback. Was that your comments as well?
Yes. Basically, my understanding is for the clear viewing area, we'd have to have 30 feet on each side with a diagonal going between those 2 points. And that's going to come very, very close to a number of houses. If we could get that 30 reduced to 10, in addition to the 12 feet that is already public right-of-way, we thought that would satisfy that clear viewing.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up, and then I'll turn it over to the other board members. You've done a good job of presenting the issues that you've had on your property. We as a board have to find that there aren't other safety problems that would be caused by granting this variance. My personal, that is one of the items that I was looking at. So how would putting the gate at the property line not be a traffic safety issue for the residents trying to pull, if the gate was located at the property line, for those residents trying to pull into the development?
It's tough. I can't say what the average size of a car is. I feel like the 12 feet in the public right-of-way is enough for most cars. The 6 feet mentioned in as the parking area on the street certainly seems to provide for any cars of greater length. My goal is to get this fence built and to keep people secure. I need gates to do that. If we have to compromise for 5 or 10 feet, we'll find a way. But the optimal solution is in line with the property line.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 questions. The first for Mr. Bond. I hope these questions don't seem too silly, but hopefully it'll make sense here in a minute. On the staff packet, page 46, there are some photos. I think it may be the first series of photos. Do you have one of those handy? Or
I do not, but I think I'd like to get one.
That middle photo there on page 46, there appear to be 2 large brown things with furry ears. Do you know what those might be?
I'm sorry, 2, yeah, those are moose.
Thank you. Follow-up question, either for you, Mr. Bond, or if you prefer for Mr. Broadfoot, about the design of the gates. Have you made any consideration for animal pass-through, potential entrapment, and safety hazards caused by moose that get inside the gates and can't get out?
It's a fair question. In the original proposal, we were going to have spikes on top because that's what you get on an ornamental iron fence, until we talked to some of the fencing companies who described exactly how bad that can be for a moose trying to vault. And so since what we're looking at now are either rounded caps or just a flat top to the fence, which, as we understand, moose are capable of moving over. The gates themselves, we aren't ready to bid it out yet, and until we know where the gates can be, that's going to make a determination on the style of gate that we can get. So unfortunately, I don't have enough information to answer your question.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
Ms. Croft.
Thank you very much. Was a 4-foot fence ever discussed as an alternative?
It was.
And why was that rejected?
As not being able to provide the amount of security for preventing inebriates or trespassers from crossing through our area.
It seems to me that 4 feet would prevent most people from wandering onto the property, because the gate that, well, the style fence that you had submitted did have spikes on top, and that's why I was wondering about that, because a 4-foot fence with spikes on top, I think, wouldn't help the moose, but it would deter most people from trying to get in. And I think that someone carrying a television or something from burglary wouldn't be able to get it off the property. So that's why I was wondering why you had jumped to a 6-foot fence on the property, because we're trying to look and see what the minimum variance, if this is the minimum variance. There are other heights besides 6 feet, and there are other locations besides 10 feet from the property line. And so I'm trying to look at what why those other alternatives are not acceptable.
Ms. Carr, I think basically the voting members of the homeowners, there was votes taken and many meetings and stuff, and the overall feeling from the homeownership was that a 4-foot fence was not sufficient to provide the type of security that we were looking for.
Okay, then I'll repeat a question I asked Mr. Barrett. It has to do with the location of the fence and all the other things that are on the property, the signs, the fire hydrants, and obviously you have trees as well. Is one location, why does being at the property line, is it a better location given all the other things on the property?
I don't have an accurate measurement of what trees will need to be removed. I know there are several that we are planning to remove anyway because they are old and beginning to rot from the inside at that property line. Additionally, what will happen if we build 10 feet in is that we will lose the ability to enjoy a great deal of that flora. But we'll still be required to maintain it. I don't think that it's probably going to end up being about the same in either case as far as removing trees. But it's a cost that we're going to have to bid out once we know, have a better idea of what we're going to be able to do.
Okay. You had also mentioned, I believe it was Mr. Brothers, the meandering, their paths on the site. We don't have any drawings that show where those paths are and to what extent they are on the site. Can you describe?
Yeah, there's extensive paved sidewalk pathways throughout the property, not only just around the entire perimeter of the property, but also intersecting throughout the commons area in the middle of the property. It was becoming very expensive, as it has already, just to get to this point, to get the surveyor to actually plot all those meandering paved pathways throughout 15 acres of land and stuff. So we apologize, but they are not on the as-built at this point in time. Many of them, as I say, they do encircle the property. They go all the way around the perimeter. And so, as you can see by the as-built, that they're out there between the edges of the building and the property line. And some of them even wander out to the point to where if we have a 10-foot setback with the gate, the fence would actually have to go over and cut off those pathways. So you'd be going down a path and all of a sudden come to the fence line and not be able to circumnavigate the entire perimeter of the property.
And then just still following the compromise, what would happen if the fence were 5 feet in instead of 10 feet? I mean, instead of right on the property line, what if it were 5 feet?
There's even at 5 foot, like you're saying, like on the secondary yards and stuff where it's only required to be back 5 foot. That also would cause problems in I believe the southeast corner of the property, where the pathway would actually, the fence would be right in the pathway and stuff, even at a 5 foot setback.
But that's just one pathway in one location. Would the fence run into any buildings if it were 5 feet instead of 10 feet?
There are areas where the 10-foot setback actually comes against the building there. If those areas were at 5 foot, it would be across the path but not actually intersecting the building.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Vig.
Thank you. Could you describe if there is a separate area for visitors to park and how visitor access could be accommodated with thinking about the gate locations and so on, that I assume they'd have to queue up and get permission or have access to from a resident.
So you see that little tadpole area that goes into the center where the Commons House is? That area there is our visitor parking area. That's the.
And would that be gated then too?
We had 2 different plans, and I believe our final draft was to gate the gate inside of that, so that would.
There are about 16 parking spaces, and those would still be accessible to the public. And there would be a gate between that area, and not a powered gate, but just a gate between that area and the greater part of the green area in the association.
So a pedestrian gate that
Exactly.
anyone could open on their own? And no vehicle gates then between that parking lot and.
Well, it would be wide enough to allow a vehicle to come down that little pathway to the Commons House for people to. We rent the Commons House out to various nonprofit groups and stuff, or actually give it to them for free, and so they do have to go back and unload stuff. So we were envisioning like a 10-foot wide gate so that a vehicle could access there.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. Could you repeat that? That's accessing off of 34th Avenue, correct? That your visitor parking. What are you anticipating for a gate at the property line there? What do you propose?
We were proposing to fence around to box that so that would always be accessible from the street to get in there and park. There would be no gates across the property line there. No automated gate, so that was, I did hear that mentioned that there would be 5 automated gates, so we're only envisioning 4 at the 4 entryways to the actual units, not incurring the cost for a 5th one to gate off that area going into visitor parking.
We have within our staff packet looks like a plot plan with a 10-foot setback, fence at 10-foot setback on page 2 of our packet. Has there been a drawing prepared with where your proposed fence location is? I know you verbally described it, but just this issue with the fence around the visitor parking, was that a part of any of your drawings that you prepared? I'm wondering if there's something that I'm missing that...
No,
okay.
No, we have not done a final draft of anything like that. I mean, basically, it's always been for a perimeter fence, and then at the behest of Mr. Barrett, we showed with the did a revision to the as-built to show the 10-foot setback. What we've always envisioned was the fence right on the property line.
Okay. And I do have one other question. You mentioned the walkways, and Ms. Croft, there's an aerial on page 4, and then we have a color of that as well. That is probably your best bet for seeing where the pathways are. But those pathways, they do go out to the streets in some points, is that correct?
No, they don't join the public sidewalk in any area.
Okay, none of them do. Okay, so there's, okay. Are there any other questions of the applicant? Does the staff have any questions of the applicant?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, you can have a seat, and we will open the hearing for public testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public wishing to testify? If you will, please come forward, state and spell your name for the record.
Get up and get going. My name is Mike Olson. I'm with the Board of Directors of Mount Vernon Commons Association. Here to speak on behalf of the GATE, the gated community.
Mr. Olson, you are with the Mount Vernon Condo Associations. You're part of the applicant. You are.
Yes.
And
I'm a homeowner there also.
Sure. And you
therefore I'm
sure. Yeah.
allowed.
Well, you were part of your presentation was part of a 10-minute. You as the applicant had 10 minutes for your presentation. That was just covered by Mr. Broadhurst and Bond.
So as a homeowner, I'm not entitled to speak? As a member of the public? Is that what I'm hearing?
As the applicant, you have already been allotted your time to speak. Mr. Broadhurst and Mr.
Should I go outside and come back in as a different individual?
As long as you don't live or want to represent Mount Vernon Condo Association.
Okay. I'm a homeowner. I live at Mount Vernon.
Understood.
Okay. My address is 3386 Mount Vernon Court.
Okay. And as I mentioned, as the applicant, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
I understand that.
Okay. And that 10 minutes...
I can't set myself aside and say, I'm Michael Olson, a homeowner at Mount Vernon? Is there a precedent for that?
Will none of the homeowners be able to speak?
If that be the case, and none of the folks that we have here...
And how many homeowners intend to speak this evening? I guess I'd ask, when the application was submitted, was this explained to the applicant, how their application is viewed by the board?
Mr. Chairman, it was discussed that the applicant gets 10 minutes for the presentation, and the applicant is the condo association.
So the homeowners, there's nothing precluding the homeowners from speaking individually then?
If the board wants to open it up, I would simply say you're facing a potential 142 speakers then, one from each unit, but it doesn't appear they're all here tonight.
If we brought everyone here, there would be 140. Yes.
Understood. Is there anything, I guess, preventing us from hearing and I guess I defer, I'm not opposed to hearing Mr. Olson. I just want to make sure that we were following
It's called CYA.
the appropriate protocol. Could we have a show of hands again on the number of individuals that intended to speak?
Marianne, put your hand up.
It appeared there were 4 or 5 hands, some more interested than others. I would defer to any other board members' comments, and I'm interested in hearing Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Chairman, I'd say just 2 things. One, if there's anyone in opposition, they should be allotted a similar amount of time.
Amen.
And second, just so that we don't stretch out the evening, that anyone wishing to speak address items that have not already been addressed. And I would remind the members of the public that they are obligated to address the 7 standards as well.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Is there any opposition from any of the board members? Is there anyone from the public that opposes we have one that's indicated she's opposed. Would you please come forward? Are you I want to get this on the record, please. Are you a homeowner or a resident? A homeowner in the area?
And I don't want to end up being linked on
I'm sorry, are you in the association or are you in the area?
I live off of 32nd South.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ron, did you have a comment? Would you speak?
The power button helps. I am in support of hearing homeowners so long as we reinforce what Mr. Barrett offered and ask that the homeowners, if they do wish to testify in support of the motion, do speak to what we haven't heard as far as the 7 standards are concerned. And like you've done, allot time for those in opposition to speak first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ron. Mr. Olson, you've heard we've already had the 10 minutes. We've heard the conditions. If you want to provide information addressing the 7 standards, but not recreating the wheel or...
Right, I understand that. My discussion is about unintended consequences.
Thank you.
And that is regard to the fire department and access to our property. If we build the perimeter fences, the deal with the fire department is that we clear out landscaped areas between courts, between Mount Vernon Court and Mount Clair Court, between Montpelier and Montpelier and Monticello. Thus providing the access for the fire department to drive clear through. Now, if we do not put the fence around the outside and the gates, now the fire department shows up, we're going to build most likely build interior fences cutting off access to everything, so the people do not have clear paths through. With that being said, now you call an EMT or the fire department, or they're going to come in to one of the entrances, and they obviously have problems on occasion to get addresses and names wrong and can't find where they're going. So now they back out of the property, go out on the street, and go around to another entrance to find the fire or the person that's in trouble. That will most likely happen. It boils down to a life safety issue. We're not only going to improve the security, but provide better access for the fire department. That was one of our main concerns when we went to city, was the fire department said, hey, can you do this? And yes, we can. Also, we were talking about gates. There's a 7-second delay as far as the opening of the gate. We had anticipated possibly having the gates open from 6:30 in the morning to 7 p.m. so that deliveries and that sort of thing can happen without unimpeded entrance. It's after hours that things begin to happen. Another one is if anyone Googles the sex offender list around this town, you'll see in our area we have some real problems, and we have a lot of undesirables, let's say, that come around onto our property. I personally have removed a dozen lawn ornaments, shall we say, from my front yard. Community service, I have them on speed dial. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Are there any questions of staff? Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Chairman, did I understand the gentleman to say that there will be periods during the day when the gate is left open for deliveries?
That has been discussed.
Mr. Wilson, can you come speak into the microphone for the record, please?
That possibility has been discussed, that it would be an option, or could be an option. Again, it depends on homeowners and what they would like. We realize that there's UPS and FedEx and the Postal Department and various others that need to have access during the property without having to have access codes. And with that in mind, we had talked about providing access during the day.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's up to the association and the owners, of course, but it does seem to weaken the security argument somewhat. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public wishing to testify? Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Maureen Benner, Maureen, B as in boy, Enner, and I have been a homeowner in the area since 1988. I understand the association's concern for security. My husband and I have also experienced some of the criminal activity in the neighborhood, including our vehicles being broken into numerous times, and some of our exterior planting and trees. We have quite a few trees on our lot that have been damaged, and we have gone as so far to install a security system in the last year because of the concern for the burglary into our house. So I understand what their concern is. My concerns, though, really go along the line of the clear vision area and the use of the right-of-way. I have for years walked in that area with my dogs, and I have been one of the few neighbors that have not used your pathways. And I have enjoyed the beautiful landscaping that they have by walking on the public sidewalks. But I also have encountered problems with the width of, in particular, 32nd Avenue. And typically, a lot of times when I'm walking, it's going to be in the higher traffic times of early evening. There is a lot of traffic that uses 32nd and 34th and 31st to cross between Arctic and C Street, and they rarely go at the speed limit, and there are safety concerns for that. 31st doesn't even have sidewalks for the residential area, and you have to avoid cars. And with the off-street parking, most of the time it is being used on both sides of both 32nd and 34th. And so I have concerns about a stack-up of cars trying to access into the gates. And I understand that the 7-second delay, that's great, that's all that it is. But at those peak times of the day of traffic, it's also peak times of when I'm seeing cars coming and going into the association's parking area. And and then in addition, in particular, the corner of 32nd and Eureka, there is a vision problem, especially during the winter, and it's due to the snow pileup that is on the southeast corner, and to where I have to, during the winter, go down 36th, come up Bering, and then turn right onto 32nd because I cannot see in order to turn left off of Eureka. My concern is then now having another vision problem on the other side of the street, which is where their fence would be. So my concerns are the vision and the right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benner. Are there any questions by the board? Thank you, Ms. Benner.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry. Ms. Croft, I'm sorry. Ms. Benner, I missed Ms. Croft.
Sorry. So your concerns are primarily for variances 2 and 3, which is the vision area and the stacking of cars. I was wondering what your opinion was on the first variance, which is the height and location of the fence.
I do have some concern about the 6-foot. I myself have a 4-foot fence, and it serves as much of a security as it can. I do like the fact that my 4-foot fence allows moose to get in and out of my yard safely. But my biggest concern is the clear vision and the right-of-way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any others?
Thank you. Sorry. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? If so, please come forward. Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Sheila Carey, C-A-R-Y, first name S-H-E-I-L-A. And give me my address also. I'm a resident at Mount Vernon Commons.
Thank you. As we said before, if you'd speak to the 7 standards and not repeat what we've already
Okay,
heard this
very
evening.
good. Before I start, I'd just like to say that I've only lived there going on 3 years. I lived in Alaska for 48 years and in Anchorage most of those years, my husband and I. And I actually lived in Stuckagon Heights, and one of our neighbors came in and wanted a variance to build closer to the road up in Stuckagon. Had no problem. Mount Vernon Commons is a very nice example of high-density housing done right. It sits on 15 acres. I'm sure all of you are aware of that. And it is lovely park-like setting. And my husband and I could have purchased condos, much newer, much nicer, but none of them offered land. And we value land, so we bought at Mount Vernon Commons. And we like it, and we like our neighbors, but we don't like the crime, and we don't like people that trespass all the time and walk right under our windows, and they don't live there. And I don't think anybody here would like people to walk in their yard and be right in their window. And this has happened to us because I live on 32nd, and I look right out at Dawson, where the lady is talking about. And there's an apartment house that's across the street on 32nd and Dawson, on both sides across the street from us. And there is a public sidewalk right outside my window, as well as the path that the Commons put in. And there's a sidewalk on the other side also. So, Ms. Bremer, is that correct? There is a sidewalk there. Okay, but there is a sidewalk on 32nd, but people that live there choose to come up and walk on our grounds because it's park-like. They choose to walk their animals there because it's park-like. And I have actually gotten and asked a gentleman to please clean up after my dog and had him tell me he didn't have to, and he didn't live there. And I said, you know, if you're going to walk your animals here, at least please clean up after them. And he said, I don't have to. He lived in an apartment. He told me that, and he said, you people have all the land, and it makes me very angry, and so everybody in my building comes here to walk the dog, and you're not cleaning up after them. And, I was reasonable, and I didn't get mad at the gentleman. I said, I'll get your bag. But the thing is I explained to him, I pay $300 a month dues to maintain that 15 acres. And my husband and I pay taxes, about $2,100 a year taxes. That's over $5,000 a year that we're paying for quality of life. And it really upsets me that people don't think that we have a right to keep it a secure place. The dogs and the pooping is the minor problem. We had my husband's bicycle stolen out of our carport.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. Your 3 minutes are up.
Anyway, I just think we have a lot of vagrancy there. So I really would appreciate it if you granted the variance.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Ms. Carey. Thank you. There are no questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. Staff, do you have any rebuttal?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does the applicant have any rebuttal? Mr. Broadhurst or Mr. Bond?
Sorry, just a quick statement that the fence being open for several hours during the day has not been verified or confirmed in any way. If that were to happen, and again, that would be by consensus of the homeowners, it would be for specific hours, most likely during the high traffic periods. But again, that has not been confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Mr. Broadhurst.
If traffic was to stipulate, that during high traffic hours from 8 to 9 or whatever, then that was part of the deal, that they said, it had to be then we could do something like that. But without a stipulation from traffic saying that if you would do this, then we would grant this. It's not something that would care to do.
Thank you, Mr. Broadhurst. Ms. Croft, you indicated you have questions of someone.
I had a question for Mr. Barrett.
Sure.
The applicant has stated that they would entertain an alteration to the variance request should the board lean that way. That the two suggested alternatives would be a 10-foot setback at the entrance gate, and then the second one is the 10-foot, I believe it's 10-foot back at the corner with an angled gate there, angled fence there. And I'm wondering if you had a discussion with traffic at all about this, or looked at the clear vision triangle in relation to this proposal to see if this was an accepted alternative and considered safe by traffic.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Croft, no, we don't tend to look for too many alternatives. A variance is what the applicant requests, and that's what we review.
Okay, because there seemed to be pretty consistent opposition from traffic about the gate right at the property line, and I can understand that, especially in light of some of the other testimony we've heard. And so this alternative is appealing, but if it's half measures don't help anything, then I don't know whether it's worthy of consideration, is what I'm trying to say.
Ms. Croft, and I think I understand your question and concern. I do know in the past when we've had similar cases before, and I believe our most recent one was a clear vision, a fence clear vision triangle. There was I don't, maybe someone can refresh my memory if it was a postponement or there was some dialogue that was offered, and I believe facilitated by staff between the traffic department and the applicant. And I believe it was specifically for a driveway onto a roadway. That's my recollection. The mechanics or the procedural portion of that, and from I guess maybe it's something we need to offer to the applicant, the opportunity to have that discussion. We can either act on their application before us, which is for the full all three variances, and there's the risk that it's granted, or we can deny it. There's also an opportunity to have further discussion with traffic about those items. If I guess I'm deferring back to Mr. Barrett. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth either, Ms. Croft, but
no, I think that is what I was considering, and if we had knowledge that that was an accepted alternative, then I'd be prepared to act on that, but without knowing if that's unacceptable to traffic.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Croft, I think regarding the vision triangle, you'll get the same answer. Traffic supports the AASHTO triangle, and the fence is not in the AASHTO triangle, so they'd be perfectly happy with the fence, whether it's at the property line or 10 feet back, where the clear vision area is impacted. Regarding the driveway depth, when the question was put to traffic, their only response was 20 feet, one standard parking space length, to make sure the car is out of the right-of-way. So we can try both of them.
Well, then follow up on what you just commented on the AASHTO triangle. Some of the department's recommendations in terms of safety, there was a recommendation that certain standards were not met because the vision triangle wasn't met. And then what you just said now, because the AASHTO versus the clear vision area I mean, is that where the discrepancy is coming from, and whether they're reviewing it versus from AASHTO or CVA?
It seems to be an issue for the traffic department, but AASHTO's not adopted. It's simply a professional standard that they've decided to use on their own. The traffic department's decided to use.
And do you know if the proposal of the going back 10 feet would meet the clear vision area?
No, ma'am. 10 feet will still be in the clear vision area, but of course it's less of an encroachment, less of a variance.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Are there any other questions by the board? With that, after hearing the rebuttal, questions have been answered, the matter rests with the board. Could I have a motion, a positive motion from a board member, please? Mr. Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case number 2010-069, I move to grant a variance in the R4 district from number 1, AMC 21.45.110, to allow a proposed fence over legal height in a front yard setback. Number 2, AMC 21.45.020, to allow a proposed fence on the property line to encroach the clear vision area. And number 3, AMC 21.45.080, X.4, to allow turning and maneuvering in the public right-of-way and not on private property, subject to department recommendations on pages 7 and, page 11 of the staff packet.
Thank you. The 5 standards on page 11?
That's correct, Mr. Chair, the 5 standards.
Okay.
5 recommendations.
5 recommendations on 11 and 12. Okay, page 11 and 12. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ron. Ms. Croft, you've indicated the second?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ron, would you speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not intend to support the motion, and we'll work through the standards here as to why. Just I'm having difficulty with some of the primary standards in combination with the clear vision area or AASHTO site distance safety issue, however you want to look at it. I'm in agreement with staff's findings in Standard 1 in that the standard is not substantially met for any of the variances. Although petitioner did state some peculiarities in this land as being a park-like setting, that argument is troubling to me, especially in consideration of the actual PLI land that is in close proximity to Track D. Regarding Standard 2, it follows that since there are no physical peculiarities, Standard 2 is not substantially met for any of the variances either. Because of lack of argument of those two standards, I find that they're not substantially met in both cases. Regarding Standard 3, and that the hardship is not self-imposed, I am also in agreement with staff that these standards are partially met. Again, speaking to Standards 1 and 2, there's no physical peculiarity, so that portion of the standard is not met. However, as staff points out, the issue of the current owners not platting or rezoning the property is worth consideration. Although I would also like to note for the record that the structures appear to have been built after that platting and zoning occurred. Regarding Standard 4, the variance if granted will not adversely affect the use of adjacent property as permitted under this code. The issue of the clear vision area and effect is preeminent and weighs heavily on my lack of support of this motion. It's been well discussed, and I'll leave it at that. In agreement with staff, the standard is not substantially met for variances 2 and 3. However, it appears to be met for Standard 1. Regarding Standard 5, the issue of the stacking in the street is problematic. In doing the math and the number of vehicles that will be entering and exiting the property, it's a real concern that traffic stacking will be problematic for not only the homeowners in the association, but the public at large. Moving to standard number 6, I find that this standard is not substantially met for variances 2 and 3. And I'm in disagreement with staff. I think that it's not met, and if at best partially met for standard 1, given the issue of potential wildlife hazards within the fenced and gated area. Moving on to standard 7, the fact that the fence can be built within a conforming location and placing the gate at a legal setback is also an option reasonable. I don't find that any of the variances meet this standard requirement. For those reasons, I intend not to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ron. Ms. Croft.
I'd like to address the variances separately on this. In the case of the first variance, allowing a taller fence.
Ms. Croft, perhaps Mr. Ron has made the motion. Maybe we need to have an amendment to the motion to split those out then?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to split variance 1 from variance 2 and 3.
Okay, and could we have a second to that, or I don't know? Okay. Okay.
Could you repeat your motion, please?
State the motion. I move that we split variance 1 from variances 2 and 3.
And I guess one option is, Mr. Ron, do you have any opposition to splitting those, or if so, we need a second to Ms. Croft's motion?
No, I don't have opposition to splitting.
Okay. So what I wanted to make clear is that Mr. Ron had made his motion that we were going to act on all 3 at once. Ms. Croft, is you're requesting, you move that we split them?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Ron has indicated that he's amenable to that. So, okay. So, Ms. Croft, would you?
In discussing variance number 1 and the standards, in terms of standard 1 about exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstances of the property, I agree that it's probably not substantially met, but I do believe that it is partially met. The buildings are built up right up to the 10-foot line on the property, making a fence difficult to put in there. I do believe there are a number of other existing conditions on the property that make a location of the fence at the 10-foot mark to be a little bit difficult, especially in light of them wanting the taller fence because of security, which I do understand. So I think that at least for this one, I believe it's at least partially met. In terms of variance, in terms of standard number 2, that I do believe that because of standard number 1 was met, that this is also, standard 2 is related to that and is at least partially met. I think on standard 3, though, we're getting to where they are separated. I'm sorry, not this one, next one. In terms of standard 3, I agree with staff that at least the standard is partially met, again, because the owners had made no allowance for fences when the buildings were placed originally. On standard 4 about the variance, if granted, will not adversely affect the use of adjacent property as permitted under this code. I believe that it is met for variance 1, but is not in its current variance met for variance 2 and 3. I do believe that especially the stacking of cars at the fences, at the gates, is difficult. At peak times, you're going to have an awful lot of cars coming in and out, and I think even one car might be difficult. You do have to understand that over time, right now, there is an additional right-of-way that could be taken, and so some of that extra area outside of where the property line is that's now extra area could actually be incorporated into the roadway. It is also possible in the future that those cars not be allowed to park on 32nd, 34th if the road becomes a larger road and is carrying more traffic. So I don't know that you can depend on that extra area outside of your own property for stacking of cars. So in that sense, I do not believe that that standard is met for variances 2 and 3. And in terms of standard number 5, the variance is in keeping with the intent of the code, will not change the character of the zoning district in which the property is located. I do believe, I agree with staff that the standard is met for variances 1 and 2, but is not met for variance number 3. Again, also because of the stacking up in the public way. In terms of standard 3, about the variance does not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of the people. Again, the standard is not substantially met for variances 2 and 3, especially on the stacking of cars, as I mentioned before. In terms of standard 7, the variance is the minimum variance will make a reasonable use of the land. I don't believe that that standard is met for variances 2 and 3. And I do believe there probably are some compromises that could be made in terms of height or location of the fence there. So I'm still not convinced, even on variance 1, that this is the minimum variance. We've talked about 5 feet instead of 10 feet. We've talked about different heights. But I think that it's at least partially met, because I do believe that security is a concern, and the lower fences may not adequately protect. So for that, I tentatively propose to support the motion for variance 1, but as it stands, I would not be supporting variance 2 or 3, but I would be open to modification or postponement of 2 or 3 pending further discussion with traffic to get their input on how the location of the corners of the property and the entry gates could be modified to make them safer.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Are there any other comments from any board members? Ms. Denny.
I am in agreement with Ms. Croft on primarily the bulk of the amendment to split out and just go with the first one. On the finding on number 1, though, I have a little bit of a disagreement in that there's exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstances with that neighborhood that did not exist prior to most of those people moving there, and that the neighborhood now encompasses a lot of undesirables. I've driven through that neighborhood. I've had business in that neighborhood in a local bank, and it's not the neighborhood that it was at one time. So I am of the opinion that the geography of that neighborhood has changed enough to warrant that fence, and anything less than the height that they're requiring or asking for, it would not be a deterrent to the crime in the neighborhood and the undesirables being in that yard. And 4-foot fence is nothing. You could fall over a 4-foot fence. And I do agree that we could probably go back and address the number 2 and number 3 with a little more modification. So I'm in agreement with Ms. Croft on that.
Thank you, Ms. Denny. Mr. Barrett, you've indicated you have a comment.
Mr. Chairman, with the direction the board seems to be going, we're perfectly willing to take variances 2 and 3 back to the traffic department and see if there is some sort of in-between number we can agree on that also works for the residents and then bring it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Would it be appropriate at this time to modify my motion?
Yes, I was trying to recollect who made, was it Mr. Ron and Ms. Croft? Ms. Croft. Okay, yes, Ms. Croft.
Since we still haven't voted on that motion yet, then the motion would be to split variance 1 from variances 2 and 3, to act on variance 1 this evening, and to postpone vote on 2 and 3 pending Mr. Barrett and the petitioner discussing this issue with traffic and possibly revising their proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. We need Mr. Ron. And then, Mr. Ron, are you willing to entertain that motion?
I am.
Thank you. Ms. Croft, do you have any further discussion on that motion?
No, thank you.
Ms. Denny, are there other comments from board members? We do have the first variance before us this evening that we'll be voting on. Any other comments from any? For the record, the motion is, the motion has been to act on the first variance this evening and postpone the second two. Is that correct, Ms. Croft?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry, are there any other comments? Mr. Vig.
My comment is not regarding the motion to split and postpone 2 and 3, but more at number 1. And so if we want to deal with finalizing that split and postponement of 2 and 3 first, we can do that, and I'll offer my comment on number 1.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Vig, one more time, and we'll get this figured out here. Yes, you may. Please.
Okay. First of all, you made the initial motion. Then there was a motion or a friendly amendment, if you will, to split it. Then there was a friendly amendment to basically unsplit it because you were going to act on 1 and postpone 2 and 3. And now you're saying that you want to vote on them separately, 1 and then postpone 2 and 3, but they did the friendly amendment as all one motion. You would be voting to approve 1 and splitting 2 and 3 all in one vote.
And I don't believe, okay, so I think we can maybe take a step back. And Ms. Croft, when you had recommended that we split variances 1 from variances 2 and 3,
right,
we can vote on, we can act on variance 1, and that is your intention.
correct.
Okay, so perhaps I've added to a lot more of the confusion.
And I believe Mr. Vig
No.
wants to talk about number 1 after we've already split them,
And now he wants to talk about 1, variance 1.
after we've split.
We're just going to be voting on variance number 1. And then we will act on variance 1, and then we will act on variances 2 and 3. So, Mr. Vig, you can speak to 1, 2, or 3, but our first vote will be with respect to variance number 1.
Well, my concern with number 1, while I appreciate Ms. Denny's comments and those of the homeowners regarding the security and the nature of the neighborhood, I also have experienced some of that over the years. But so while I'm sensitive to the security aspects, I find that having an open gate in the interior of the complex kind of weakens that point, and I'm wanting to accommodate the security needs and balance the interest of the public in approving the variances that are only needed. But it seems like they're a little bit at odds, and I'm just kind of struggling with that in my own mind. But I guess the fact that they're coming forward to ask for it, and they must be comfortable with it, but it causes me some concern, as opposed to a 4-foot fence, which would not require a variance, but that doesn't provide the level of security that they believe they need, yet the proposal is to include an unlocked pedestrian fence in the middle of the complex. Thank you.
And Mr. Vig, this is, I guess this is one of the reasons it would have been nice to see a proposal from the applicant as far as a drawing, but it was my understanding that there was going to be a fence around the entire perimeter of the development. The visitor parking area the fence was going to be jogged in around the perimeter of that parking area. So there would be the entire perimeter would have security fencing. I've got an indication from Mr. Broadhurst. Would you come forward, please, to speak into the microphone to make sure what I understood the proposal was?
Yes, you were absolutely right. There would be a fence all the way around. It's just what we inadequately tried to portray was that visitor parking area was just going to be boxed. The gate would be around so that people could come off of 34th and drive right into the visitor parking, but there would still be a fence, so they would not be able to just walk out of visitor parking or anyone couldn't walk through visitor parking just into the interior of the commons area. There would be a fence there.
Is there not going to be a gate there?
There would be a locked gate there, and that would, whoever rents or gets use of the clubhouse for their occasion or whatever would be provided a key, and then they would be able to access the clubhouse to unload their...
I misunderstood that. I thought that was an unlocked.
Yeah, no, the entire thing would be.
Okay, thank you.
It sounds like the motion before us, I guess my comments are, if we are going to postpone for 2 and 3, why not postpone for all 3 of them? What we've heard from if we act on one and it sounds like there's some additional information that could be requested and developed during that time as well. If there's any board member interested in that, they can make that motion. I can't make the motion as the chair, but I just offer that up as well. It's my understanding, Mr. Vig, that as they said, that there would be a fence around the entire perimeter. And I intend to support the support the motion for variance number 1, but would defer to anyone's motion if they care to postpone the entire 3. Is there any other further discussion on variance number 1 that's before us? With that, we are voting on variance number 1. Please vote. Variance number 1 passes with 5 affirmative votes. I do need to read if I can find my notes. Any party aggrieved by this decision has 30 days to appeal to Superior Court. The 30-day appeal period commences to run upon mailing of the written decision. That brings us to the motion to act on or to postpone variances number 2 and 3 pending discussion between the applicant and traffic department and planning. Is there any objection to that postponement? And Mr. Barrett, will that be postponed till the next meeting, or do we know what that caseload is for that month?
Mr. Chairman, yes, let's move it as we did the very first case tonight. We'll put it under unfinished business, and it will be the first one next month. The traffic department has had a good deal of turnover in the past month, but I think we can do it. I think we can get a hold of the new people there and get this back in front of you as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And the public hearing for this has been opened and closed, so it will be, as you had mentioned, just unfinished business. There will be no public hearing.
But we'll invite the public to hear.
Yes. Thank you. That brings us, I'm sorry, was there any objection to the postponement by the board? There's no objection. That has been postponed till next month. We have our next case, 2010-080. And I apologize, anyone that's here this evening for case 2010-082, that case has been postponed. That was going to be our third case this evening. That's for a variance to allow an existing fence to exceed the maximum 4-foot height in the R1 district. So 3800 Winterset Drive was the address. So anyone here for 2010-082, that has been postponed. Moving on, again, 2010-080, petitioner Billy and Erica Koich. Are they here this evening? They've indicated they're present. Could staff provide us with the sufficiency of notice, please?
Mr. Chairman, 87 public hearing notices were mailed out. None have been returned. There has been a proper posting of the public hearing notice.
Thank you, Ms. Autor. Would you proceed with your presentation?
The property is at 1941 Hamilton Drive and is zoned R1. If you turn to page 3 of your packet, I'll identify the variances being requested. Variance number 1 is a prow deck, which is a cantilevered deck greater than 30 inches above grade, encroaches 2 feet into the required 20-foot front yard setback. Variance number 2 involves a 6-foot tall existing fence along Elmhurst Circle. And variance number 3 involves that same fence as it crosses into the clear vision triangle. The property was platted in 1972, at which time it was also zoned R1. A bi-level single family was constructed in 1973, and the petitioner has purchased the property, according to our records, in 2005. The fence, I believe, was constructed either this year or last year. That hasn't absolutely been confirmed. There are 2 driveways that front out onto Hamilton Drive. The one nearest the intersection appears to be a gravel driveway, which backs out actually onto Hamilton, but if you look at it, you really can't tell if it's Elmhurst or Hamilton. It's right at the corner. What that is a temporary driveway that extends behind the fence, and there is a gate, and so it appears to be a driveway used to park a recreational vehicle behind the gate. The traffic engineering has advised us that Because it is gated and because it is only a secondary driveway, used no more than once a week, one trip in, one trip out, that they would ignore the location of that driveway. If it were to be used more frequently, then, and the gate came off, it would have to be removed. We find that standards, what did I say? We find that variances number 2 and 3 do not meet the standards of standard 1, 2, 3, and 7. However, speaking to variance number 1, it actually, the structure existed prior to January 1 of 1986, and therefore had the property owner applied to register it for the nonconforming dimensional yard setback, it would have been approved. And so we find that because of that overriding exception that is allowed in the code, that we would recommend that the aerial deck be approved for the 2-foot encroachment. With regard to standard number 1, by and large, the property is undistinguished from most of the property in that subdivision. There is a slight topographical elevational change that goes from, that is very slight over the course of the property. It's less than 2 feet. And that would be from the top of the road construction. The back of the yard is at a natural elevation. It appears to gradually increase from south to north on the property. Notwithstanding the de minimis change in topography, there are no other unique physical characteristics or conditions that would relate to the clear vision triangle or the height of the fence that would allow that. And let me just make that clear. There is a stop sign at Hamilton on the southwest corner. There is no stop sign as you exit from Elmhurst. The 6-foot solid wood fence extends along the north property line, which is considered to be a side yard. Elmhurst is a secondary front along the east side, and it's maybe a little difficult to see from the as-built, but there's a 1-foot by 12-foot sliver of that fence that encroaches into the Elmhurst right-of-way. And then there is a 4-foot fence along the west side of the property, which is legal. The Elmhurst fence connects to the side of the house, and as I mentioned, there is a gate there to allow vehicle access to the inside of the yard. We've talked a lot this evening about the clear vision triangle, and if you turn to the back of the packet on 42, that is a diagram that shows what we currently use as the clear vision triangle. So it's a 30-foot by 30-foot from the corner of the property. and then a diagonal that combines those 2 points. This diagram also shows that within the side yard, the front yard, that goes entirely across the front of the property. And so you begin behind the 20 feet to begin to determine where the secondary front yard dimension is. Anywhere within that setback, the fences can be no greater than 4 feet. At the yard setback or inside of it, it can be up to 8 feet tall. 8 feet actually would be considered to be a structure, however. This was discovered apparently by a right-of-way officer who noted the construction of the fence being constructed into the Elmhurst right-of-way. That was called to their attention. They did pull it back, but I don't know if he knew what the height of the fence was at the time. But at any event, it's at 6 feet. Fences are, while they are customary and permitted use, they are an ancillary use. The petitioner is not being denied the right to have a fence so long as it complies with the zoning regulations involving the yard setbacks and does not exceed 2.5 feet in height within the clear vision triangle. If a fence is located anywhere within the required yard setback, in this case a 10-foot secondary front yard setback, or on the property line, they're entitled to have a fence of 4 feet. And again, if it's behind that, then they're allowed to have a taller fence. The hardship is self-imposed. As I mentioned, it's either built this year or last year. This is an after-the-fact variance request. And with regard to standard number 4, traffic engineering didn't have an objection as to it blocking the clear vision triangle because there's only about a 2-foot encroachment of that fence that would encroach in at the back of the triangle. If it was further into the corner, there would be an objection on that. However, it doesn't appear that there are other properties in the neighborhood that have fences of any size in their front or secondary front yards. So in that regard, granting a variance would exceed parity as opposed to bringing or allowing the violation to parity. Parity is a 4-foot tall fence. I also provide, let me come back to the, in the back of the packet. I also provided on pages 43, 44, and 45 the policy as it relates to the AASHTO vehicle clear distance viewing area. And as you can see, it's considered a lot differently than we do currently under Title 21. That is not, we don't apply that standard at this point in time, but I do show it for comparison's sake. Just a comment about on standard number 6. Here's where I talk about the right-of-way violation coming to the attention of the right-of-way officer. And I do give you a small discussion on what the intent of a right-of-way is intended for. Elmhurst has a 50-foot dedicated right-of-way. The rights-of-way belong to the municipality, and the sides of the shoulder within the right-of-way are intended for snow storage area. The typical snow plowing operation is to push the snow as far off the road as possible into the unused right-of-way area. This can leave snow berms up to 10 feet in width next to the road, depending on the type of snow and the type of winter that we experience. So as more snow is plowed in the original berm, it begins to creep out into the street until such time as the snow needs to be hauled away in order to keep the street open. Right-of-way also has taken the position that they're entitled to the first 7 feet within anyone's front or secondary front yard setback, which is intended to accept snow that's blown as the plow clears through. So clearly a 4-foot fence is easier to blow over than a 6-foot. We believe that this is not the minimum variance because there are options with regard to the fence, and the conforming alternative is to reduce it to 4 feet or to move the Elmhurst fence to the back of the 10-foot setback area. So to just sum up, again, the department finds that variance 2 and 3 do not satisfy standards 1, 2, 3, and 7. However, if the board does find after the public hearing that these 7 standards are satisfied, we do recommend conditions 1 through 5. We are recommending approval of variance number 1, which is the plow encroachment of the cantilever deck. So in that case, it would be conditions 1 and 2 would apply to that approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Latour. Are there any questions of staff by the board? Seeing none, could the applicant come forward, please? Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Billy Koich, Koitzsch.
Thank you, Mr. Koich. Could you proceed with your presentation? And again, keep in mind you have 10 minutes, and we must find that all 7 standards have been met. So if you'll direct your presentation to the 7 standards.
Thank you. On number 1, the physical circumstances of the fence was basically lived in the house for 3 years. We just put the fence up before the winter last year. And we live at the end of Hamilton, which is a road that doesn't have dead-end signs or anything, before you actually hit the end dead cul-de-sacs on Elmhurst. We have a lot of people that come through here, kids mostly in the whole area driving through and not understanding because there's no sign say dead end, no through streets, etc. So they come through, whip around as fast as they can. There's no stop sign on Elmhurst on the north side of the road on my property where my property is. So they pretty much can see from the end of my property all the way around the corner, see no one coming, so they can gun it from. My neighbors are here, they'll definitely, tell you they can get up to, excess of 40+ miles an hour and screeching around the corner. I have 2 young children And again, the same thing with people being in this area, not being able to get out. The moose, we do live in, the biggest, forest there is. So they come in the end of our streets, and my yard, they're constantly and nonstop. If I can have you look at page 32, where you can see actually the backyard, the right middle shows the inside of the backyard, where it's, you can see the middle on the left and the right, where you can see the hump, and it just gradually slopes all the way to the bottom of my backyard. If, first of all, when I had the fence put up, I didn't know we had a problem with 6-foot, or I never would have paid over $5,000 for a 6-foot fence, and then just to pay another $1,200 to remove for lowered or whatnot. I thought, fence company might have told me that, but the main reason why I wanted it, at 6-foot, is because it's about 2 foot down from the main street of where it's put right now. So basically, if you see the photo of me on the top right hand, I'm only 5'9", and I'm on the street. So the actual fence in some places is 4 foot, if you're actually measuring it from the street, because it's sloping down. And the 6-foot is the reason why I want it, is because a moose, obviously a 4-foot, can walk right over and be in my backyard with my children or whatnot. And they do. They sit there year-round all the time. So that's the reason why we put up the fence, was because, there's problems with people, erratic driving around the area, which later on I'll state that certainly is slowed down. People can't see the corners, so they don't speed up to try to go around because there's no stop sign. And we have certainly called the police, saying people drive, erratically, et cetera, but they said there's no stop sign, there's not much they can do except sit there and, write tickets or whatever they can do in the area. On number 2, the cost, basically, the fence company said if we were to put it to a 4-foot fence, which the right-of-way was asking us to do, it would be $1,300 because of my gate there's a little gravel drive I put in because I didn't want to drive on my grass because I got a little trailer behind the fence. But it's a steel gate, it's full steel, so they would have to recut all of the steel supports, drop all that down, re-weld all of that stuff up to make everything a 4-foot to, the 2 gates. There's one small gate that you can come in the side, and the main gate where I just have a, small trailer there, which that's what basically a little area is there, is just to park the trailer. With the southeast, we are encroaching a little bit into the right-of-way on the fence. If you did see that with, the heaving, after we put the fence in, obviously one of the posts are a little, on one side, but pretty much the fence is on our property line. With the clear vision area on, I wish I had a photo there. Actually, if you went on Google Earth to see, you have those small photos you can drive around a corner and see our property. You could see it before I put up the fence. I had 2 birch trees, spruce trees, and everything. Basically, from the stop sign on that corner where the fence was, I removed all of the trees in the area and actually improved so they can actually see around the corner at that point in time. From the back of my yard, you could actually see, but once you got to the front of the yard, you actually couldn't even see going around the corner because of the birch, the spruce, and everything that were in the yard before we removed those. So I understand I am a 2-foot in the sight vision area, but before there was trees that were there since we moved in that obstructed any of a view around that corner from the stop sign or from the north to west coming out of the cul-de-sac from Elmhurst. Again, like I was stating on number 5, when Elmhurst and obstruction or whatnot with the fence, it is a 6-foot fence, and you, if you're standing at the stop sign at the south side where the only stop sign is coming from Hamilton into Elmhurst, and if you're at the stop sign there, I know you guys have the technical term and how to look and see what, but I've sat there several times. I can see visually all the way down into the next cul-de-sac, the end of the Elmhurst, and this, the fire hydrant there and everything. I don't know, I have a small obstruction, they're saying, from the site, view, but it is, outside in the vision area. I don't know how more to explain that. And number 6, like they're stating and talking about how they have a allowance of snow removal into my yard. With that, this year we had definitely over 10 foot piled up on the side like we always do against my fence, no problem. With that 2 foot that you have, you can see on page 32 where there's, I didn't fill up any dirt or anything in that area. The fence is, low in that area, and we had it filled the whole way through in that area, not a problem. They still put the snow removal there. We've gone through a whole winter with, considerable snow this year, and we had no problem whatsoever with the snow, just like it always is, put in our yard, and they removed it fine, and there was no problem. And granted, like I was saying, the fence is pretty much like a 4-foot fence, and they blow over my fence, no problem. They did it all last year, had no problem with it. I didn't see the guys having any problem or trying to struggle around or anything. And like you're saying, the second drive, that's not an issue. It's not used, so they just berm up that area, and I don't really have any problem with that because it's wintertime. So they utilize the whole front of my yard and even that whole side for snow. I wish I didn't know that this was going to come up. I would have taken great pictures at, snow in that area because it does pile up, considerable. And again, with, in the area that we're at, number 7, if the fence was 2 foot lower, basically it would be more like a 2-foot fence. And with the no dead end sign at all on Hamilton to tell you that, this is not, it's not a through street. You can't just drive through and get, I don't know if they're trying to get to DeArmond or if they're, where they're trying to get to through here, but people come there all the time. With a 2-foot fence, when they're turning around in Elmhurst and trying to go back through, they definitely slow down now. We've seen it considerably. Actually, there's not really a problem now because of my fence there. I feel if it was 2 foot lower, then they would be able to see, because it's like a 2-foot fence all the way around the corner. Thus, we may probably have a lot of the problems with people driving as fast as they can around that corner because there is no stop sign. And with wintertime, certainly, one of my neighbors has actually been hit more than once, people coming around that corner and just sliding and actually hitting their vehicle because there is no stop sign there. And again, we've called the police on this and kids, et cetera, and there's nothing they can do because there is no stop sign through there. So they just go, how fast they want to around the corner. So basically, I'm sorry that we have to be here. I wish we wouldn't have to. If I would have been able to know more information for a fence company that, we didn't do it ourselves. We paid a professional to do this, and I think that would have eliminated any of this process for us even being here. Thanks for hearing what I had to say, and any further questions? Or
Thank you, Mr. Koich. Are there any questions of the applicant by the board? Does staff have any questions?
Yes.
Ms.
Mr. Chairman, could you, for the record, say when you built the fence?
It was August of last year. Yeah, August of last year.
Mr. Vig.
Mr. Koich, looking at photos in the packet, if you were to comply with the setback requirement for that 6-foot fence, you would lose the ability to have the gate then and park your RV alongside the house? And
Yeah, it's just a small trailer, but yeah, I mean, if you can see the actual trailer on page, or the 32, but down the middle page, right-hand side, I've only got 3 feet before I would actually hit where the gate is right there. Actually, the gate is only 2. You can see that one post right there is right where the gate is. So I actually have about a foot or so before I would hit the gate. And it's very small. It's only a little 5-foot trailer, so it's not that big a gate. I believe it's only a 7-foot gate there.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Etor, I'm sorry, did you have any further questions, or was there one question?
I have nothing more to add.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions by the board members, we'll open this for the public testimony, public hearing. Is there anyone, thank you, Mr. Coit, is there anyone from the public wishing to testify on this? Anyone at all? Please come forward, state and spell your name for the record.
Don Gamel, G-A-M-E-L.
Thank you, Mr. Gamel. Would you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I am probably the most affected person in the neighborhood by this fence because I live right across the street from these people. And the fence is not a problem to me because when you pull up to the stop sign that we referred to, you can see both directions, up the hill, to the right, and to the left, all the way down to the other cul-de-sac. As far as the setback limits, we started off originally with the original construction in the wrong place. And they stopped, because my son and I went over and talked to the guys who were building the fence and said, you know, you have to stop, you're in the wrong place. And we went, oh, well, so they stopped. And then whoever they talked to, they came back out, moved the fence post over, because I don't know who they talked to in the municipality, and they told them that they said, you can proceed now, you moved it back over. And then they built the fence in good faith, born on what people, I assume, told the fence builder and the residents. So then I noticed we started getting visitors from the municipality in their vehicle, and the guys in the vest and the cameras out taking pictures and spending more time in the neighborhood than we should have been. I've seen them since I've been out there, and I've been out there since '73. We had construction in 2 different areas other than their fences that year, and one guy he got a stop order because his was in the right-of-way, and the other guy, they just ignored him and let him build his without any question or anything. So as far as, it affects me, I don't have any problem with the height of the fence because I can see from my yard, I can see their back door, which is fine. I need to because sometimes he travels out of town and works, and she's there alone with the kids. So I like the idea that I can see what's going on with the fence at the height that it is. But that is, and as far as water problems, we've been flooded before, and those houses are low in that area. But this year, with the fence there and the change in adding snow to his yard, the neighbors didn't get flooded. There's 3 houses that are going south or west from his house that usually get flooded in winter because of the amount of snow has been pushed over into his yard in years past. And this year, they all say they didn't have a problem with flooding, and we had our more than average annual snowfall. So that is a benefit for 3 other people that I'm sure he didn't even consider when he wanted to build a fence. So he has helped the neighbors, helped the value of his property, and I don't have a problem with the way it is constructed right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Are there any questions of Mr. Gamble? Ms. Croft.
Mr. Gamble? Excuse me.
Yes.
I've got 2 questions for you.
Yes.
One, is your house on Elmhurst Drive or Elmhurst Circle?
I'm in the middle.
Oh, so you're the one right at the very end of Hamilton Drive?
That driveway you see on the left side of the picture there across from where the trailer's parked, that's my driveway.
Okay.
So I tell people I'm on Circle Drive.
Okay, got it. Then the other question, could you tell us about the traffic problems down there, about what kind of traffic and the speeds at which they travel?
We have a park up at the end of the cul-de-sac, the intersection where you turn right, there to this property. There's a park up there with a basketball court. We have youngsters, teenagers, and others in their early 20s coming up to play basketball. We have drinking in the park, underaged, but we've had people, the police come out and break up. We've had drug use in the park. So it's, at times it can be dangerous coming, and they come down from the basketball court to that intersection of Hanners and Amherst, and they don't obey the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit when they're traveling out. And it's a good thing, but to have that fence there so they keep their kids in the yard where they belong, because those people don't really pay attention to young kids in the neighborhood. I have about 12 or 14 in the block there. And I'm always wondering which one is going to get it tonight. And with this fence, he doesn't have to worry about that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to testify? Please come forward. You'd state and spell your name for the record, please.
Ronald Sakula, S-A-C-U-L-L-A. We live across the street on Amherst Circle, and the fence in question here doesn't seem to have any effect on our ability to, with the snow removal and stuff like that. It's a lot of times in your cul-de-sacs, they load the snow up in the middle of the cul-de-sac as opposed to pushing it out along his fence. They do push it on that side. And what it does is this fence really doesn't have a bearing as far as the view from the intersection, more coming from our direction, turning right onto Hamilton. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Sakula. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public? Please come forward, state and spell your name.
Donna, D-O-N-N-E-R, Smyers, S-M-Y-E-R-S. I live to the west side of them. My house is the flood house. This year did not flood. I have a 15-foot drain in my backyard. The fence is a godsend to kids. I don't worry due to the fact my car was totaled from the kids around the corner because they come speeding around that curve, and I lost my Taurus because of it. I worry because of that. Not only that, we have pit bulldogs running that has chased their kids up their steps before the fence was put up. People do not put their dog on leashes over there. 2 nights ago, a kid came running around the corner, and I had to call the police. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. You heard screech march, sounded like they were running from the police. Next thing you know, they came back around the corner. They went to the park, saw my fireworks, came in front of my house, shot my cars with fireworks. And it just worries me because they can come barreling into any of our homes. That has slowed it down, but it hasn't slowed it down coming from Hamilton Park direction. It slowed it from the other direction when we had a problem. And when you sit in front of our house between the two across the street, you have a clear view of that cul-de-sac. That fence is not in view at all of it. And I love the fence there. It works.
Thank you, Ms. Smyers. Is there any questions from the board? Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to testify? Please come forward, state and spell your name for the record.
Erica Koich, K-O-I-T-Z-S-C-H.
Ms. Koich, you were part of the applicant.
Oh, no, I wasn't sure if my letter that I put in there, because
your letter is...
My husband didn't really...
I'm sorry?
Well, when I I was just making sure everyone read the letter, because that's where the confusion was. We thought when they came out that they were the people that we're supposed to talk to, and then we went to planning, and then the fence people said everything was fine, and then we got another guy from municipality coming to our house, and he said, well, I determined the height. And I go, well, I said, it was fine. I thought you guys were the same people. So and he said, we'll apply for a variance, because it was already up. And we thought we did the right thing by going into the planning department and everything, so.
And there was public testimony that the fence that it was started and stopped in a different location?
Yeah. Well,
started, stopped, and moved.
Yeah, my husband was going to put the fence up with some friends, and I go, let's just get something that's what they're doing. So we had AAA Fence, a professional company. And then we gave them an asphalt that we had. It was from 1974. That's what we had when we bought the house. And then they're like, oh, this will work. And then, so they started putting the fence up. They were putting the holes in the ground. And then someone had come from someone in the right truck with us. He said it was in the right of way. They had to move the fence, and so they stopped. So the AAA fence people called me at work and said, we have to stop building. And so I went to the planning place by the trooper, the police station, and they talked to somebody, and then they came back, like, I think it was a week later, and they said, okay, we talked to these people, and I said, yeah, I talked to them, we can do it now. And so they built on the property line from the asphalt that we had, and then after the fence was up, then someone else came from the municipality saying, the fence is too high. I'm like, weren't you just here last week? Because I was just a layperson, I don't know, and I thought if someone comes out with the right truck from the municipality, it's like everybody, just like a police officer or something. So then he said, well, apply for variance, and I was like, what? So it was kind of frustrating because I thought we followed all the things that we were supposed to do. I'm just, and now we're here because they said the fence was too high. But I saw it was a 6-foot fence. The posts were up and everything, and then they moved it. And he said, you're good, because you came back actually when we were cleaning the debris from all the trees we took down. And I go, how's the fence look? And he's like, looks good. And he came twice. Okay. So.
Thank you. We're still, okay, Ms. Coates, you could have a seat. We're still for public testimony. If you will have the opportunity for a rebuttal at the end.
That's it, I guess.
Thank you. Would you have a seat and make sure we're all done with the public testimony? Is there anyone else from the public wishing to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Does staff have any further rebuttal?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would point out is that right-of-way is only concerned about what is going on within the right-of-way, which they control. They don't have comments on heights of fences or anything beyond that. So that's all I have to add.
Thank you, Ms. Autor. Does the applicant have any final rebuttal?
Sorry, I just wanted to state when my wife was saying they were putting up the fence, that was when me and my buddies stuck some stakes in there. They were going to put it where I had it. Then we gave the as-built, put it in the correct spot, so around our property line. So she just didn't state that. The first fence that was being put there is just where I was saying, oh, okay. I measured my neighbors. They're 5 foot off curb. Just said, okay, I can put a fence there too. The house just south of me has one right on the corner, 4 foot, right 5 foot off of the curb. Obviously, it was probably there in the 70s, so it's, it's not a problem like it is now, that, the different code enforcements and stuff now, so.
Thank you, Mr. Coach. Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One final question, Mr. Coach, if you don't mind. There's notation of a 4-foot high fence on the west side of the property along Hamilton. Do you know how long that fence has been there?
Yeah, that was, this is Donner's, yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
For the record, late 70s, is that what you understand?
Yeah. Yes, Yes, late 70s. And in my fence in the back, I was matching hers coming off 6 foot. That's why, again, the 6 foot is all the way around, is because matching that fence is what I was trying to do around the side of that property. That height of the fence, and just continued it around.
With that, Ms. Croft.
Yeah, I should have another question for Ms. Otero, please. The height of where's the fence measured from?
I don't get your question.
The applicant has made the point that the road bed is higher than their property, and so it slopes down, and that they're saying the effective height really from the road is lower than the 6 feet because of that slope down, and I was just wondering if there was
That's taken from at the north end of the property.
I'm not sure. There's some pictures here that show that
the natural existing grade is lower in the northeast corner of their property. Naturally, when the road was constructed, the final constructed roadbed is somewhat higher at that end, approximately 1 to 2 feet. But it's very gradual, and I don't know that you would say that the road is a peculiar circumstance to the property in that regard, because it's so gradual.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, with that, the matter rests with the board. I would like could I have a positive motion from a board member, please? Mr. Vague.
Yes, in case 2010-080, I move that board grant a variance, number 1, from AMC 21.40.030G to allow 2-foot encroachment of the cantilever deck greater than 30 inches above finished grade into the required 20-foot front yard setback. Number 2, a variance from AMC 21.45.110 to allow a 6-foot tall fence in the front and secondary front yard setback, where a 4-foot fence is the legal maximum. Number 3, a variance from AMC 21.45.020A to allow an existing fence greater than 2.5 feet in height within the clear vision triangle and to encroach approximately 2 feet, subject to department's recommendations 1 through 5 as noted on page 10 and 11 of the staff packet.
Thank you, Mr. Vague. Ms. Croft, you've indicated you would second that motion?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vague. I guess, or do you intend to address these as a group or individually? I'm trying to not raise any more confusion than I did in the last case. So you've made the motion to address them all as one, so proceed.
I'm willing to amend that to split number 1 out from number 2 and 3.
Ms. Croft, you second that. Any opposition to that?
No opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Vague.
My comments to, in particular, to variances 2 and 3 is number 1, I think is primarily an administrative exercise, but, and I do agree with the staff's conclusions in that regard, presented in the packet with number 1.
Okay, let's do this. Let's have discussion on variance number 1 then, and then we'll vote, and then let's go on to 2 and 3, and then let's vote. So, Mr. Vig, if you'd care to comment on variance number 1, and then Ms. Croft and anyone else.
Okay. With regard to the standard number 1, finding in the staff packet that the deck was created in 1973. It existed prior to the January 1st, 1986 date, so it was a non-conforming dimensional encroachment that was allowed to continue to exist. It enjoys all the protections and privileges afforded under AMC 21-55-040, and does not appear to violate any public health, safety, or impact any neighborhood issues, and for those reasons I intend to support that request.
Thank you, Mr. Vig. Ms. Croft.
I concur with Mr. Vig, and the department did recommend approval of that, saying that it would have been granted administratively if they had chosen to approach it that way.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Are there any other comments from any of the board members regarding the first variance? I also intend to support the motion concurring with the findings of staff that all 7 standards are met, and that the non-conforming dimensional yard setback would have been approved had they requested that. So I intend to support that motion as well. Are there any other comments? If not, please vote. That motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. We'll proceed. Mr. Vig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with regard to variances 2 and 3 and standard number 1, I do believe that it's at least in a bit of an unusual circumstance in that the road does appear from the photographs to be, I would judge it to be about 2 feet higher than this applicant's property, effectively from the road side, making that a 4-foot high fence. So I believe that that's at least partially met, standard number 1, and that also the proximity of the intersection does not appear to be an issue with the site triangle because of the topography of this particular lot and the elevation of the road. Standard number 2, the strict application of this code would create an exceptional or undue hardship. I do believe that there are some safety and security issues here that need to consider the topography of the property and the road adjacent to it, and I believe that that's at least partially met as well. Number 3, hardship is not self-imposed. While the applicant did construct the fence, they're kind of had to deal with the lot in the condition that it was in existence, and the topography being what it is. I believe that that's, again, at least partially met, possibly substantially met. There are some peculiarities there about again, with the topography. Number 4, the variance if granted will not adversely affect the use of adjacent property as permitted under the code, and I believe that that's substantially met. We've heard from the neighbors, various sides of the applicant who have indicated there does not appear to be any impacts to them, and it does not appear to be an issue with the clear vision triangle, at least obstructing line of sight for vehicles. It will not, in terms of standard number 5, the variances, if granted, will not change the character of the zoning district. I believe that that's substantially met. Number 6, it's the variance, if granted, would not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare. I believe that that's substantially met. There are no issues with regard to encroachment into the sight triangle or visibility of the created by the 6-foot tall fence. And number 7, the variance granted is the minimum that would make possible a reasonable use of the land. A case could be made that a 4-foot fence could have been constructed there. It would not provide the same level of security and safety that this fence does, and I believe for that reason it's substantially met, and I intend to support the variance, 2 variances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vig. Ms. Croft.
I'd just like to make a couple points. One on standard number 1, the subject property. We've heard testimony tonight about the traffic patterns in that area, and I think that that is unique to this area, both because of the location of that park and the lack of signage, both the stop sign at that corner and also the lack of signs saying that it's a dead end, so you're getting additional traffic down there, and having the problems associated with that, including cars being totaled and things like that. So I think that that is an exceptional aspect to this property, and it might require a little more guarding of the yard. And also, Mr. Vig already mentioned the road. If moose have been a problem in the yard and you have a road that's that tall, they've got very long legs and can climb over at some point. And so I think that is another exceptional circumstance in that area. And in terms of standard number 3 about the hardship not being self-imposed, I think that it is, not an excuse. It is confusing to have different people tell you from the municipality that what you're doing is fine, and then come back and tell you at the end that it's not fine. So I think that we need to have people state very clearly when they come out to approve things what aspect of the project is acceptable, and say that that does not mean that all the other aspects of the construction are approved, to help eliminate that confusion. So with that, I concur with Mr. Vig and the other items, and I do intend to support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Are there any other comments from any board members? Mr. Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I intend to support the motion as well. For the record, we would like to make a few brief comments regarding standards 1 and 2. In addition to the slight topographic peculiarity that Mr. Vig and Board Member Croft have identified, also this lot's status as a corner lot seems to be peculiar as well. Looks like they live in a land of cul-de-sacs where there aren't too many corners, and this corner appears to be problematic for the reasons as stated in public testimony, the petitioner's testimony, and board member comments as well. So for the reasons stated, I intend to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ron. Are there any further comments from any board member? I would just like to offer, I actually do not intend to support the motion, and I have, I guess, concur with staff's findings on 1, 2, and 3, and 7 not being met. Specifically, it appears there's homes directly across the street with a 4-foot-high chain link fence. So as far as giving the rights commonly enjoyed by properties in the same district, this would, they've shown that a 4-foot fence has been constructed. I think a 6-foot fence is higher than what is allowed and what has been built in similar situations. So I do not intend to support the motion. With that, please vote. Oh. Did it go? Do I need to? Okay. Okay. That motion passes with a vote of 5-1. I do need to read for the record, any party aggrieved by this decision has 30 days to appeal to Superior Court. The 30-day appeal period commences to run upon mailing of the written decision. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will come back to hear the next case. We are back in session, and that brings us to our next case this evening, which is case 2010-073. The petitioner is Steve Mason. Is the petitioner? He's indicated he is here. Could we have the staff provide us with the sufficiency of notice, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The property was posted and advertised, and 100 public hearing notices were mailed out. We received 2 of the hearing notices back in support of the requested variance.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Would you proceed with your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request to allow an Arctic entryway that was built in 1998 to encroach approximately 5 feet into the required 20-foot front yard setback. So the Arctic entryway will have a setback of only 15 feet from the front property line. The lots in this subdivision were platted before zoning requirements were in place. The house was built after zoning was in place. It does not appear that the Arctic entryway was anticipated, as the front of the house is only 23 feet from the front property line. Any reasonable addition on the front side of the house was very likely to encroach the front yard setback. The applicant added the entryway without first obtaining a building permit and was apparently unaware of the setback requirement. The owner will need a letter of no objection for sheds and retaining walls, which are located in a backyard utility easement. And there is a shed on the west side of the house that is less than 10 feet from the house and will need to be moved to be at least 10 feet from the house. Regarding the standards, number 1, that there is exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstance. The standards partially met. The lot is legal and conforming, and it is typical in size and shape to others in the neighborhood. However, it was platted before zoning regulations were in place. Adequate setback was simply not allowed, not allotted to allow for future expansion on the front side of the house. Standard 2, because of the physical circumstances, this would place an undue hardship on the applicant. Standard is partially met. Standard 1 is partially met, and removing a substantial entryway that has been in place for approximately 12 years, we believe would create an undue hardship. In addition, an Arctic entryway, which leads into the main entry to the house, is a very desirable safety feature. Standard 3, the hardship is not self-imposed. This standard is not substantially met. There may be some peculiarity of the property arising from the old plat. However, for the second part of that standard, the applicant did not obtain a building permit. The Arctic entry would have required a structural and electrical permit and inspections at the time had the applicant applied, and the permit application would have indicated what the legal front yard setback is. Standard 4, the variance will not adversely affect the use of adjacent properties. This standard is substantially met. The encroachment is not overtly obvious. As a matter of fact, from the street, you can't even see it because it is well camouflaged behind trees and shrubs. Project management and engineering and right-of-way, haven't seen any negative impacts. There are no drainage issues, been no objections from the neighborhood. Standard 5, that the variance is in keeping with the intent of the code. It's not overtly obvious. The encroachment is not overtly obvious. And the requested variance is dimensional, so the standard is substantially met. Standard 6, that the variance does not adversely affect the wider area of the municipality of Anchorage. The standard is met, similar to standard number 4. No complaints, no drainage issues, no off-site impacts identified. And standard 7, the variance granted is the minimum that will make possible a reasonable use. Well, assuming that an Arctic entry is a reasonable addition, the structure is only 8.5 feet by 10 feet, or about 86 square feet. Although the encroachment is 5 feet or 25% into the front yard setback, this is a relatively small entryway, and it does appear to be a reasonable size for the intended use. Other than through the garage, this is the only entryway not exposed to the weather. Although the recommendation is for denial, as standard 3 is not substantially met, we have 2 conditions on page 7 should the board find for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Are there any questions of staff by the board? Seeing none, could the applicant come forward, please? Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes. My name is Steve Mason, Stevemeson.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. I bought the house in 1987, and it was built in 82, and then I bought it in 87. And then I had a carport on the side, and I went to the city and asked them about making that into a garage. And they said no permits were needed, so I went ahead and framed the carport into a garage. And then in 1998, when I wanted to build the Arctic entryway, I was operating under the false pretense that I probably didn't need a permitting for that because it was going to be under $5,000 from what I estimated. And so that was part of the reason why I didn't get a permit. But to go, and plus I wanted to save money, I think, which is not an excuse for not getting permits. But I was given advice by friends that maybe I didn't need permits, which was bad advice. Addressing the standards 1 and 2, I'll just say that, as was pointed out by Mr. Barrett, was that the house was platted too close to allow any reasonable addition to be put onto the house. And since I already made the carport into a garage, there would be no other entryway. I couldn't, use the garage area, even though I thought of it before I did it, that could be an entry, but then I'd have to sacrifice one of my bedrooms. The standard number 3, that I am guilty of not getting the permits, and I apologize for not getting permits for it. Based on the size of the addition, I didn't think that permits might not be required at the time, because there was a deck there that was a little bit smaller than the addition I put on. And that was 1998, and building code was not enforced as strictly as it is today. And number 3, for the third reason, I did not fully understand and comply with the building codes at the time. And standards 4, 5, 6, and 7, they are, substantially met, or they're met, so that's the reason I went ahead and built the Arctic entryway. I wanted to improve the property. There was nothing there when I moved in, and so thinking that, that would be a good improvement. It was an Arctic entryway. I added it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Are there questions of the applicant or the board? Thank you very much. We'll open this for public I'm sorry, staff have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. We can open this for the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public wishing to testify? If you'd please come forward, state and spell your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Cody Lee. That's spelled C-O-D-Y-L-E-E.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I moved into the neighborhood over 20 years ago. Steve lived at the residence that he does now then, and he takes great pride in his property. It looks very nice. The addition he put on was very well done. Like I say, I've known Steve those 20 years, and Steve would not do something knowingly wrong. And he did bring this forward on his own account because he wants to get everything, his property, all straightened out with the city. So, I think there should be some lenience there for him to do that, even though maybe some of the burdens wasn't met completely. He has done this in good faith. So, and I just wanted to state that, he probably has the nicest property. He does have the nicest looking property in the neighborhood. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Are there any questions from the board? Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Does staff have any rebuttal?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Mason, do you have any rebuttal you'd like to offer?
No, sir.
He's indicated he does not. With that, the matter rests with the board. Could I have a positive motion, please? Ms. Croft.
Yes, in case number 2010-073, I move that in the R5 district, we grant a variance from AMC 21.40.070G, which requires a 20-foot front yard setback to be provided to allow a setback of 15 feet, a 5-foot or 25% encroachment for an Arctic entryway built in 1998, subject to the 2 conditions on page 7.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Ms. Denny, you've indicated you'd second that motion?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Denny. Ms. Croft, will you speak to your motion first?
Certainly. With regards to the standards, in terms of standard 1, exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstances of the subject property, I agree with staff that the standard is at least partially met, and also with standard 2 that it is partially met. Standard 3, the hardship not self-imposed and special conditions and circumstances do not result from the actions of the applicant. I do want to discuss that because of where the house was placed on the lot, that there is no other location for an Arctic entry, and the board has in the past had some leniency for Arctic entryways, which are seen as a standard for construction up here in Anchorage. And so we have allowed encroachments for Arctic entryways, especially in homes that are placed so close to the setback. And so, again, due to the location of the house, this does seem like the logical location. And when you see the placement on the lot, there is no other place for that. Then in terms of standard number 4, the variance will not adversely affect the use of adjacent property as permitted under this code. That, I agree, is substantially met. We've heard testimony from a neighbor and also gotten some comments that this is a welcome addition to the neighborhood and therefore not injurious to any neighbors. In terms of standard 5, the variance is in keeping with the intent of the code. That is substantially met since it is just a dimensional variance. In terms of standard 6, the variance does not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of the people of the municipality. I think that's clearly met. And in terms of Standard 7, the variance granted is the minimum variance will make possible reasonable use of the land. This is a modest Arctic entry. It is turned with a long direction towards the house itself, so it doesn't protrude that much into the setback. And so I do concur with staff that this is substantially met, and I do intend to support this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Ms. Denny.
Yes, I agree with Ms. Croft. And on items 1 and 2 being at least partially met, I agree with staff. On number 3, having the house sited on the lot and the size of the lot itself not permitting another usable entrance from the street. That's the minimum. So I agree that one is at least partially met. And on 4, 5, 6, and 7, I agree with staff that they are met also. And that it does appear to be the minimum amount of setback.
Thank you, Ms. Denny. Mr. Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I intend to support the motion regarding Standard 3. My support of the motion isn't an excuse for not getting a permit, and would also like to point out the board's previous view on Arctic entries, and also point out the fact that the view shed from the street appears to be minimal, especially based on that large, nice-looking spruce tree that's out front of that Arctic entry. If I could offer a friendly amendment, not getting into any splitting business, but a friendly amendment to the motion. It looks like on page 7 of the staff packet, there may have been either an error in my interpretation or in staff's preparation of the recommendations. I would like to add that first indented paragraph as recommendation 3. So the paragraph starting with the approved variance for a 5-foot front yard encroachment and carrying through, striking the word subject to at the end of that paragraph, and include that as one of the recommendations of the motion and variance.
I'm just looking at it.
And perhaps we could also have staff weigh in that was the intent as well. I understand what you're asking, Mr. Rowan.
I'd like to hear it again, please, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. It's my understanding from Mr. Rowan's friendly amendment that on page 7, the first paragraph ends with subject to the following conditions of approval, but then it's the approved variance for a 5-foot front yard encroachment. His amendment is to make that item number 3. Shouldn't that have been one of the 3 conditions of shouldn't that have been a condition of approval? That basically the second paragraph on that page.
I'm sorry, I'm still not following.
Just looking at other cases, Mr. Barrett, it may not always be the case, but that statement is often addressed as an actual recommendation or condition of approval. Just want to make sure that statement, if in fact that's the case, is captured so that the board knows what it's acting on and that.
Are you on page?
I'm sorry, I see the following conditions of approval, and then the approved variance appears to be a condition of approval.
Whereas Mr. Rowan amended that it becomes condition number 3.
So that would mean that the paragraph beginning the approved variance for a 5-foot front yard encroachment would become condition number 3 of approval.
That's fine, thank you.
Yes, that's fine. Very friendly amendment.
And Ms. Denny, are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Yes, I am.
Well, we're all friendly here, so seems like that. Thank you, Mr. Rowan. Is there any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, please vote. That motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Again, for the record, I need to read, any party aggrieved by this decision has 30 days to appeal to Superior Court. The 30-day appeal period commences to run upon the mailing of the written decision.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Next case is 2010-074, the petitioner Joseph and Beverly Mulcahy. Is the petitioner here this evening? They've indicated they are. Could we have the sufficiency of notice by staff, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The property was advertised and posted. 57 public hearing notices were mailed. We did not receive any responses to the public hearing notices, but the applicant submitted several letters of support from the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you provide your presentation, Mr. Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are two areas of the code in violation here. 2140-080, which is a 25-foot side yard setback requirement, and 2155-040, which is the section of the code dealing with non-conforming structures, because the existing non-conforming structure was expanded. The variances are going to be treated as one, though, because denial of one, either one, in effect, would deny both of them. The property has a little bit of an unusual history. The house was built in '68. The property was originally platted in 1969, and that original plat is on page 18 of the staff packet. And if you look at page 18, you'll see that the house is in a legal location at that time, back in '69. In '74, zoning was enacted. That was the R6 district. And then in 1980, the property was replatted. And that is the plat that you see on page 2. And in 1980, when the property was replatted, somebody took that side yard property line along the west side and moved it from east of the house to west of the house. And when they did that, they drew the line 3 feet too close to the house. They did not honor the 25-foot setback, even though those regulations were in place for some 6 years at the time. In going through the microfiche, the plat record from 1980, there is absolutely no discussion at all of where the lot line was being drawn. There was no as-built submitted. In short, we cannot explain why the lot line was drawn so close to the house in the 1980 plat, and reflects the condition as is shown on page 2 on the as-built. The item is a little bit further complicated. In 2005, the applicant applied for permits to make improvements on the southeast and southwest sides of the house, but not the encroaching portion on the west side of the house. The 2005 permit was actually never issued because the encroachment on the west side of the house was called out, and there were a couple of other issues dealing with the permit that were not addressed by the applicant. Nevertheless, the applicant continued working on the house, the two areas to the southeast and southwest that were covered in the permit, but he also made improvements and expanded the non-conforming portion of the property on the west side of the house. Building safety eventually noticed this and issued a notice of a permit requirement, which is why we're here tonight. Regarding the standards. Standard 1, that there exist exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstances. The standard's not substantially met. Craig Creek is adjacent to the property, but it is not related to the need for the variance. There are no other known physical defects, such as slopes, unstable soils, etc. This issue just arose in 1980 when the lot was platted and the lot line was simply drawn too close to the house. We were unable to find any property survey, as-built, or notes within the platting file, so we were unable to determine why the lot line is 3 feet too close to the house. Regardless of the reason, platting is a human activity and is not generally grounds for meeting standard number 1, as the violation occurred after platting and zoning regulations were in place. Standard 2, that because of the physical circumstances, strict application would create an undue hardship. The standard is partially met. The encroaching portion of the house does serve as a secondary access for the property. However, there is a fairly easy remedy rather than requiring the owner to remove the portion of the house that's encroaching. He could, again, seek to replat the property and add 3 feet to the side yard. However, that in itself might also be considered an undue hardship, as platting is a relatively expensive and time-consuming process. Standard 3, that the hardship is not self-imposed. This is the only standard that is clearly not substantially met. The owner was cautioned in 2005 when he applied for his first permit that there was an encroachment on the west side of the house. That was called out in notes in the permit in 2005 and then again in 2010. However, the applicant continued working on that portion of the house, and the violation and the need for the variance are clearly self-imposed. Standard 4, the variance will not adversely affect adjacent properties. This standard is substantially met. The encroachment does not appear to be detrimental to the neighborhood. There are no structure, fire separation issues, no drainage issues, and a secondary access to the home is obviously a reasonable request. Standard 5, that the variance is in keeping with the intent of the code. Part of the intent of the code on side yards is to supply adequate separation between buildings, to not overcrowd the lot, to keep an open and airy appearance on the property. That standard is substantially met, and furthermore, this is a dimensional request. Standard 6, the variance does not adversely affect health, safety, and welfare. Again, as in Standard 4, this is substantially met. No fire separation issues, no drainage and runoff issues. The encroachment is not overtly obvious. And Standard 7, that the variance granted is the minimum. This standard is partially met. A reasonable use of the land is for the house as it originally existed, including the legally non-conforming west portion of the property, west portion of the house, before it was expanded. However, the standard is only partially met because replatting the property, although an expensive and time-consuming option, is a very realistic option. The department recommends for denial as Standard 1 and especially Standard 3 are not substantially met. If the board finds for approval, there are 3 conditions, I hope properly ordered and organized on page 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I do have a couple questions. So the first one is the property immediately to the west, most immediately affected. What's the disposition of that lot? Is there an existing house on that lot? And if so, how close is that to the property line?
Mr. Chairman, it's far away. If you'll take a look at the aerial on page 14, you can see the subject property approximately in the middle and the neighboring house quite some distance away. I couldn't even see it when I was there.
Thank you. And second question, this goes back to the days of Mr. Marsh, but where's the harm, or no harm, no foul? Why should this be a concern for us?
Where's the no harm, no foul? Personally, from what I've seen in the years on cases like this, 3-foot encroachment, not that much of an issue. It's probably more an issue of the expansion of the non-conforming portion of the house. The intent for non-conformities is clearly that they be allowed to live out their useful life and then simply go away. Whereas this expansion of the non-conforming section is now as new as the rest of the house and will have another 50, 75 years of life in it. It's still only a 3-foot encroachment because the applicant didn't expand the footprint. So is that a no harm, no foul? I'll leave that up to the board.
Thank you. And you had mentioned the 3-foot expansion and the 25-foot setback. When would this be a de minimis variance. And Mr. Fink would do the math for me, even though he's an attorney, but he's not here, so. Well, there's yes, and then would it become an administrative variance at that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I flip through here looking for the chapter, de minimis is a relative term, but as you say, what you were referring to is actually the administrative variance section, R6, side yard. .3 feet, so that's about 2 feet 4 inches, 2 feet 5 inches, so he's about 7-8 inches over.
Okay.
The administrative.
Thank you. Mr. Vague.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, I don't know that you would have the answer, but is this something that, rather than a replat, is there a short plat process that this could be remedied through?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vague, it would be a short plat, but because we're actually would be redrawing a lot line, the time and the money are still going to be substantial. A short plat's anything less than 8 lots being created, so.
It is still a platting process, though. Yeah.
Right. It's the applicant doesn't own the property to the west, so of course he's going to have their concurrence and purchase land from them. But
it seemed like there would be an opportunity for the line to rotate in a clockwise fashion that would leave both property owners with the same amount of square footage at the end, and provide him the 25-foot setback that he needs.
If he could get the owner next door to agree to sell him the land, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vague, Mr. Barrett. Ms. Croft.
This is just a technical question on the variance request. You sort of are showing two variances, right? If the first one is granted with reducing the side yard setback, then you don't really need an expansion to the encroaching structure because the non-conforming status has been extinguished. Is that why do we need both?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Ms. Croft. Because both sections of the code, they are separate violations, and they did occur originally at separate times. I mean, one is many years old and the other is relatively brand new. If you approve one and didn't want to take action on the other, you would still be legalizing it, yes. But if you deny one, you deny them both. So that's why they're broken out.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, could the applicant come forward, please? And will you state and spell your name for the record?
Joe Mulcahy, J-O-E-M-U-L-C-A-H-Y.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Before I begin, I'd like to submit for the record recent photographs of the property and the structure, if I may.
You may. We will have to retain those for 30 days for the record at a minimum, as long as you're okay with that.
I have, for now, instructions to submit one for file and then one to every board member. Is that correct?
Yes. Seven. And go ahead and proceed with your presentation, Mr. Mulcahy.
Thank you. purchased this property in 1986, and at that time the owner told us that the side yard setback was 2 foot into the side yard setback. The encroachment was 2 foot by the surveyor. So we received that as-built, and she assures that that was recorded that way. So we had no idea that it was not recorded and that we were in any way in violation of that side yard setback. That was in 1986. And so in regard to the comments by Mr. Barrett, as he read about our building safety permit, we submitted an application in 2005, and we did not do anything to our structure or to our home until 2007, and it was simply due to time constraints and financial hardship that we didn't do any construction over those intervening years. And then something unusual happened. The designer that we used for our submittal to the city, unbeknownst to us, had been fully paid. Well, we knew that, but unbeknownst to us, he had removed the plans from the building safety department for some reason, and apparently lost them and never returned them. So in 2007, when we went to begin the review process, we were unable to. And so we delayed again our remodel. And then when I went back in late 2007, it turns out that the file had been misplaced by the building safety. So in 2008, we had to reconstruct our file. And thankfully, the computer plan review had that information. But essentially, I had to take the drawings that I had scratched out and made changes to and resubmit them myself. So there's some extenuating circumstances there in our situation with the building safety. So I'm pursuing the due diligence now to complete the permit, and I had no idea that we were in violation of a side yard setback. In fact, I thought zoning would pass our request for this side yard setback simply due to the recording that we had assumed from the owner had been done. When it turned out that it had not been done, and then the zoning department rejected our application for this setback, I was left with no recourse other than to replat or come before this board. So tonight I apologize that we've had to come here and present this, because I had, frankly, high expectations that we would have our permit and we would be able to conclude as of last year our project on our home. So before you now are some photographs. I'll just quickly highlight the most current photographs here. You have a collage in front of you, and the new photograph in the upper left corner is a southwest view of our home, and it shows a 3-story extension of our home that was originally built back in 1968, with the exception of the 3rd floor, which has those windows on it. And this is an Arctic entryway that was originally there, built in 1968, and it has a full 8-foot basement plus an Arctic entryway off of the west side of the house. And down below, that upper left picture, you now have the middle left picture is the north view shot of that Arctic entryway. That is as it has always been. And then you have to the right of that, in the middle, the south view of that Arctic entryway. And the lower left picture is the remodeled south portion of the home with the entryway to the east there. And then the upper middle pictures are taken from our neighbor's home on lot 1A. So the upper left, you can see the slight corner of their house looking directly at our house through the trees, and you'd have to have a very practiced eye there to be able to see any of our home, but there is a slight area there where I can pick out some of the wall of the west portion of our home. And then the upper right photo again is from another spot on the side of their to the south of their shed, and again there's just no view of the home that we live in. If you take a look at the middle picture, you have to look really close through the trees, even in the springtime, to see our home. But that, again, is, you can see some of the edge of the roof line there in the middle picture. Looking again directly from the corner of our neighbor's house to the west of Lot 2A. The lower picture, again, is from the street, facing north and getting a south view of the lot and the home. And the right column shows a southeastern view in the upper right, and then that left center photo is one of the other photos that are part of the neighbor's lot, and we took photographs from our neighbor Shelley Williams' home up towards our home. And then the right center photo is a close-up view of the attic entryway, looking directly at its west wall. And then the lower right final picture is a close-up of the attic entryway with that red door facing north. And that's used daily because we park on the east side of the house there. And so these photos I wanted to submit to you to give you a close-up look at this. And I would like to add that not 1 centimeter of this attic entryway has been expanded into the side yard setback. It is the original dimension from 1968. And so when the previous owner to us put in this side yard property line, obviously the surveyor, as Mr. Barrett stated, put it 2 or 3 feet. We knew it was 2 feet too close to the building, but we had assumed that it was all taken care of and recorded. So when we went to do our building permit, we found that it was not. And so that's why there was a plan review and a need for us to rectify that situation. The problem we found is that our cost of replatting is exorbitant for us, and our neighbor has, Shelley Williams and Dwayne, have said, Joe, let's not do any replatting, short platting. Let's just see if we can get this variance passed with the board. So you do have a letter from both of those people that own Lot 1A to the south, and I'd like to just read a comment out of that very quickly. I have all of our neighbors adjoining our property giving us letters here for the board to review, and Shelley Williams and Dwayne say, we are the owners of Lot 1A, Block 1, Macbeth subdivision. It's our understanding our neighbor, Joe Mulcahy, who owns Lot 2A, is requesting a certification of non-conforming encroachment because a portion of this house encroaches in the 25-foot side yard setback in R6. We have no objection to a lesser side yard for this house because, number one, the situation was created by previous owners of our lots. Mr. Mulcahy's house was built in the 1960s. Macbeth subdivision was platted in 69. The land around the existing house became Lot 2. In 1980, the owners of Lots 1 and 2 replatted the property as Lots 1A and 2A, and thereby creating the property line associated with the side yard encroachment. Our perception is that Mr. Mulcahy's house has not moved any closer to ours since we bought our property in 94. And then the other letters are from our neighbors to the south and to the east. So I'd like to just simply speed through my comments now and address the standards.
And you have 1 minute and 45 seconds to do that, Mr. Mulcahy.
All right. Item number 1, we have a stream that is restricting our ability to move our septic as well as deal with any of our well radiuses. And so if we were to reduce the or destroy the western portion of this home. That includes the basement, the main floor, and the upper floor. And I think that while the extension is not an extraordinary physical circumstance, the stream does restrict us from functional use on this house. And then number 2 says, this is an original structure with a basement below. The removal, I believe, is unreasonable, and so the structure has existed prior to the zoning regulations. And unfortunately, the use of this kitchen, attic entryway, and rear entrance of the home is encroaching 3 feet into the setback, but it is not causing any impairment to any of our neighbors. So number 3, the one that the department said is not acceptable, I would like to add this comment. This is an attic entryway used multiple times a day, and now over the last 5 years, I had no idea that any maintenance on a roof or going vertically would cause a loss of a grandfathering of that non-conforming extension of the house. So that summarizes what I wanted to say to the board, and I would request that we've made these improvements in due diligence and in good faith to build a home that is pleasing to us and to our neighbors, and every neighbor has complimented us on the construction and the remodel. And in fact, one of our neighbors has decided to buy this home. And so we are in a position now where if we do not get this variance, they will not buy the home. And I'm petitioning you all to consider this and positively allow this variance to be passed on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Are there any questions of the applicant by the board? Yes, Ms. Denny.
I have a question as to the timeline of your building permit. This house looks like it's undergone extensive remodeling. So did you apply for a permit for the addition for the entryway separately from the rest of your house?
No, that's part of this 2005 permit. But the permit square footage, I didn't realize that I had to apply for a deck permit. That was we consider that part of the square footage. So I have to, with Mark Barnhill, make that adjustment tomorrow on the deck square footage. And so the extension, the vertical extension is part of the original permit of 2005.
So was that permit approved?
No. Well, they're waiting now for this zoning and variance issue. It was not approved, but we are waiting now for this review.
So you did the remodel without an approved permit?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Croft.
I think that the standard 3 and the knowledge of this, doing without a permit, and the knowledge of this being self-imposed is sort of a stumbling block here. When you did apply for the permit in 2005, did you see the comments that the city had back there had on that about that the existing structure encroaches into the required yard setback?
We had a designer that was handling that for us, and so while I was aware of them, I was depending on him to resolve any of the issues that came up with plan review.
Okay, so you saw that, but you just thought that someone else was going to be taking care of it?
Yes, and then I was told by the seller that there weren't any issues with that side yard setback because we had a proper as-built from the surveyor and it was recorded.
Right, and I think that I can understand that existing, the fact that though you were 3 feet short on the side, and that is awfully close to what they said they could handle administratively. I think it's the enlargement of the non-conforming portion of the house that is the more difficult to deal with. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of the applicant by the board? none, are there any questions of the applicant by staff?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. With that, Mr. Mulcahy, you can have a seat. We'll see if there's going to be any public testimony. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone from the public wishing to testify? If so, please come forward, come forward. And can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Joe Griffo, Joe-Griffo. I'm a neighbor, and I simply want to encourage you to vote in favor of the variances. Joe has really stated everything very concisely, very precisely, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. The house is a beautiful home. It's well-maintained. He's a perfect neighbor. You would not have any sort of an idea that by looking at it, that it was too close to any sort of boundary lines or anything like that. The home has sat on the original foundation for over 40 years, and it has simply, in the one portion that is too close to the lot line, there has been an addition above it. So it really has not been a big change over 40-some years, and I just hope that this isn't that big an event and that it is just passed and he can go merrily on his way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Griffo. Are there any questions by the board? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Griffo, I spoke too soon. Ms. Croft.
I just wanted to ask, are you the potential buyer of this house?
I am not.
You are not? Okay. Okay, because it was listed on the application as buyer. Joe Griffo
is my son.
I'm sorry, Mr. Griffo, could you speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. If you have a list of the buyer and his name happens to be Joe Griffo, it's because he's my son.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we're not very original in name selection. So.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. I think that's it now. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Does staff have any rebuttal?
No, thank you.
Mr. Mulcahy, do you have any rebuttal? Mr. Mulcahy, do you have any further rebuttal?
Rebuttal to who now?
Well, based on if there was any public testimony that you wanted to rebut, would you please come forward as rebuttal, spell your name for the record? And again, this is the public, your public.
I'm Beverly Mulcahy, Beverlymulcahy. I've lived there with my husband this whole amount of time since 1986, and I was born and raised here in Anchorage. I've lived here the 58 years of my life. Both my husband and I are upstanding citizens, and we've done our part to improve our community as well as improve the fine city that we live in. I want to emphasize the fact that we have done every effort on our part in due diligence to follow through with the permitting process. There was confusion on our part as well as the municipality's part to follow through with trying to make everything right with that permit, and we are continuing to do our part to make everything work according to what the municipal requirements are with the permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulcahy. With Mr. Ron, you've indicated you have a question, or?
I do, Mr. Chair. I actually have staff. I apologize for my delayed input here. Mr. Barrett, I'm trying to appropriately interpret AMC 21.55.040, which deals with nonconforming structures, getting my facts in order and then interpreting the code in that order. Is it staff's interpretation that the expansion is in violation, of course, of this standard? So is staff's interpretation then that there's a footprint expansion here? I guess.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ron, no. There's been no footprint expansion, but doing anything to make a non-conforming portion of a structure last longer is a violation of the non-conforming section. You leave a non-conforming piece alone other than for maintenance and safety-related issues. You just leave it alone until it wears out. But expanding it a story, putting a new roof, new siding on it, that is increasing the life of the nonconformity. We've been through this many, many times over the years, and it's been routed through all the departments. Mr. Mulcahy did request and receive a second opinion from the folks who make the formal determination, and they stayed with the same language they've used over the years. You improve, put a new roof on a nonconformity, you are in violation of 2155. It's not just expanding the footprint.
Okay, one quick follow-up question then. Would it be prudent for the board or staff to add a recommendation to that effect in the department's recommendations, or would that just be redundant of the process, I guess, that we're under?
Because there'll still be the 3-foot encroachment and a new piece of the house, so you're thinking a condition that no further improvements to the west side addition?
Something along those lines, yes.
Variances, yes, that's fine. A variance, a piece of a property approved for a variance isn't supposed to be touched either. But yes, if you'd like to go ahead and add that in specifically, sure.
Just for my own clarification, Mr. Barrett, once we approve this variance, that not the non-conforming status is null and void, but the variance takes the place of any non-conforming status with respect to this variance.
Okay. The variance will run with the land. It will be there forever.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair. That said, I'll let it rest where it stands.
Are there any? I believe there are no further questions. So with that, the matter rests with the board. Could I have a positive motion from a board member, please? Mr. Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case number 2010-074, I move to grant a variance in the R6 district from AMC 21.40.080G, which requires a 25-foot side yard setback, and from 21.55.040 to allow expansion of the encroaching structure. The variances are treated as one variance. Denial of either is denial of both. Subject to department recommendations numbers 1 through 3 on page 8 and 9 of staff packet.
Thank you, Mr. Ron. Mr. Vig, you've indicated you'd second that motion?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vig. Mr. Ron, would you speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with staff's findings in standards 1 and 2. We'll reserve my comments for standard 3, as that's, for me at least, the major point of issue. I find that the standard is at least partially met, and therefore in disagreement with staff's findings. The issue with the plat, although potential remedy exists, is unique, peculiar, and unfortunate. While I wish we had an as-built at some point between 1980 and the most recent one we have, we don't. That may have remedied some of the situation. But given that lot line was improperly moved. I find that it weighs heavily enough for me to find that standard as being partially met. The second part of the standard is debatable. The petitioner has come forth and issued their version of due diligence and appreciate their efforts to that effect. Moving on, standards 4 through 7, I am in agreement with staff equally on all of those, and reiterating good Mr. Marsh, as Chairman Cars has already, where is the harm here? For the record, I reiterate the rear yard setback of the most affected lot and what appears to be minimal, if not no impact from the variance that we're granting. For those reasons, I intend to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Vig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe in regard to standard number 1 that an exceptional circumstance of this property was the fact that it was replatted after the house was constructed, and incorrectly, as it turns out. A lot line was established too close to the house. And so I think that is a substantial situation that I would give some weight to. With regard to standard 3, Mr. Ron covered that very well. I do agree that although the applicant took some actions that put him in this predicament, the actions that were involved in the replat were done by others, and if we had the opportunity to review an as-built that indicated a 2-foot encroachment, we probably would have had an administrative variance and would not even be here. But it sounds like there were some misunderstandings on enough parts that I couldn't fully fault the applicant for standard number 3, and so I believe that's substantially met. And I concur with the staff's findings on 4, 5, 6, and 7 being the minimum variance. I don't, with the expense of replatting, I think that that's probably not a realistic option, and this is the realistic minimum variance that would make a reasonable use of the land, and so I intend to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vig. Are there any other comments? I would like to state I intend to support the variance as well, and concur wholeheartedly with the comments of Mr. Ron and Mr. Vig. I think as a whole, looking at the size of the variance, the location of the variance, and the fact that the most affected property owner approves of the variance, as well as numerous letters from adjacent neighbors, plus the fact that there was originally non-conforming rights of the building footprint. I think all those weigh into the fact weigh into my decision, as well as far as findings with respect to standards 1 and 3. I think that the timing and configuration of the original subdivision also weighs on my decision. The original subdivision was an oddly shaped subdivision, and that was in 1968, a year before the original house was built. I would strongly suggest that I think that the applicant could have done a better job following and obtaining their building permit. I don't think that they did everything that they could have. So while they're stating they're doing their due diligence now, I think that if they would have followed the permit process, and they should have pulled their permits as discussed by staff. However, that being said, I think if they were here prior to the construction, my decision would have been the same, and I would have granted the variance. So with that, I will be supporting the motion. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, please vote. That motion passes with a vote of 6-0. Again, for the record, any party aggrieved by this decision has 30 days to appeal to Superior Court. The 30-day appeal period commences to run upon mailing of the written decision. That brings us to case number 2010-081, the petitioner Jeffrey and Lena Lafferty. Are the petitioners here? Yes, the hand has been raised. Could we have the sufficiency of notice by staff, please?
112 public hearing notices were mailed out. None were returned back. Mr. Lafferty is out of state on a emergency, and he has called and sent me emails identifying his approval of Ms. Dean to represent him this evening. This is a request for a 20% variance to allow an 8-foot separation between an existing house and a garage when 10 feet is the required separation. Property is zoned R1. It's a 15,200 square foot lot, which is twice the size of the minimum lot size. In your package, you should have also received a number of color photographs, and I will be referring to those as I give my presentation. The house, as you can see by the as-built, is situated somewhat centrally on the lot, with and it is it appears as if it were a ranch-style home, but in fact is a bi-level structure. The garage, which is located to the east, is a legal non-conforming structure. It was constructed in 1967. Zoning occurred in 1973. And the garage itself sits 1 foot from the east property line. In looking at the as-built, you'll also notice that there is a concrete retaining wall that is shown between the garage and the house. That retaining wall is 4 feet in height. While the ground is actually higher than that. The house is built atop a knoll that was not cut down. So the house itself is approximately 6 feet higher from the edges of the property. The house itself was constructed in 1968, but there was an addition in 1981 to the southeast corner of the house, where you see it looks like the house is somewhat L-shaped. The area where the deck is surrounding the house was the new addition in 1981. In 1988, there was an addition to the north end of the house, which is a 10-foot by 18-foot cantilevered floor, which, if you look at the house from, which is a corner lot, by the way, if you look at it from Claridge Place, you would think it was the first floor, but in fact, it is an aerial cantilevered portion of the house. There is no record of that ever having had a building permit, but it has existed for over 22 years. And what is being requested is to build beneath that cantilevered area, staying within the same aerial dimension of 10 feet by 18 feet. That the aerial portion of that is existing is 8 feet from the garage. And if you look at the color photographs that show you the separation of, shows a garage and a house, you'll notice that both of the structures have eaves connected to the structures. And there is one photograph that shows it being 8 feet. The corner of the cantilevered expansion or existing floor is 8 feet from the concrete sides of the garage. There are a number of photographs that will show the slope of the land and the height of the north end of the property compared to where the garage is. We find that all 7 of the standards are partially or are completely met. And I would call your attention to standard number 2, in which I summarize a meeting that was held between the fire marshal, myself, and the petitioner. And basically what the essence of that meeting was is that the fire code that the municipality has is the International Residential Code. However, it only applies to triplex and multifamily residential and commercial industrial. It does not apply to single-family or two-family structures. According to this code, the fire marshal pointed out that they only require a 5-foot separation between principal and permitted, or principal and accessory structures. So when they go in for a building permit to enclose and complete the lower level of the house, structural plan review will require that there be a Type X 5/8-inch sheetrock, which is the a fire-rated sheetrock to the house. Given that as a standard for the municipality, and the fact that the fire marshal had no objection to the variance, we do recommend approval subject to conditions 1 and 2 on page 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Autor. Are there any questions of staff by the board? Ms. Croft.
Ms. Autor, I just wanted to confirm that the garage is CMU. It's a concrete. Is the whole wall of concrete masonry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I just comment that that's far above what a Type X sheetrock is going to be in terms of fire resistance.
Correct.
For keeping the spread of fire there. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, could the applicant or applicant's representative come forward, state and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Stacy Dean, Staceydeon. I'm the proxy for the owner. This house was built in the 60s. It was non-conforming then because there was no conforming at the time. It wasn't part of the city. The owners bought this house last year. They had no idea that the addition was too close to the garage. It's been summed up very well by staff. I really don't have a huge amount to add because I'm not the petitioner. The petitioner did speak to the neighbors and was able to speak to every one of them except for one, and did get a verbal, and I believe he even has letters. Unfortunately, I don't have a key to his home, so I can't get copies of any of those letters. He really would like to see this pass, and I appreciate any help you can give us on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Are there any questions of the applicant by the board? Seeing none, we will have I'm assuming a brief public hearing. I'd have a seat. Is there anyone from the public wishing to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. Does staff have any rebuttal?
No, sir.
Ms. Dean, do you have any rebuttal? Ms. Dean has indicated she does not. With that, the matter rests with the board. Could I have a positive motion, please? Ms. Denny, you've been just almost close twice.
Would you like to make the motion? No.
I just wanted to give her credit. She's just been a little bit slow with the pen tonight, but
I'll give it to you if you want.
well, I'm sure she could weigh in as a second. Ms. Croft.
In case number 2010-081, I move that in the R1 district we grant a 20% variance from AMC 21.45.030.B to allow an 8-foot separation between an existing principal and accessory structure when a 10-foot separation is required, subject to the two conditions on page 9.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Ms. Denny, you have indicated you would be seconding that motion?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Ms. Denny. Ms. Croft, would you speak to your motion, please?
Certainly. In general, I agree with the staff's findings for standards 1 through 7. I do believe that for standard 1 about existing extraordinary physical circumstances, this standard is partially met because of the knoll on this particular property, which has been removed in properties adjacent to this, but that has caused a grade differential on the property between the garage and the house, and also the fact that that this was both were constructed prior to zoning in 1973, so there was not a problem with the separation at this time. Standard 2, because of the circumstances in Standard 1, that it would be difficult to move the garage, separate that from the house. So I do believe that Standard 2 is met. Standard 3, I believe, is also met. That is not self-imposed because the structures were that far apart. And again, I agree with staff on Standard 4 that the variance will not adversely affect the use of adjacent property as permitted under this code. And Standard 5, the variance is in keeping with the intent of the code. This is dimensional variance. And then Standard 6, that the variance does not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of the people. I think that's also met. And as I commented before, I think that the construction of the garage and any additional requirement for sheetrock in the new addition will create a sufficient barrier between the two structures, so it is not a danger at all. And that for standard 7, the variance is the minimum variance that would make possible reasonable use of the land. And I do intend to support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Ms. Denny?
I also agree with staff in the 7 standards being partially or substantially met. And the topography of the lot did dictate where the garage was built and the home. And on standard number 7, it would be the minimum variance that will make it possible for reasonable use of the land and to keep use of the garage without a substantial financial impact of moving the building.
Thank you, Ms. Denny. Are there any further comments by any of the board? Seeing none, please vote. All right now. That motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Again, any party aggrieved by this decision has 30 days to appeal to Superior Court. The 30-day appeal period commences to run upon the mailing of the written decision. That brings us to case 2010-079. The petitioner, Daniel J. Parrott, has indicated he's present. Could staff provide us with the sufficiency of notice, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The property was posted and advertised. 89 public hearing notices were mailed. We received 1 back in support of the requested variance and 1 returned in opposition to the requested variance.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Would you proceed with your presentation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the Girdwood GR2 district, a request to encroach the 20-foot front yard setback for 2 portions of a house, a concrete wall, and a stairway. There are 4 drawings that are important for this application. Page 2, the drawing shows the current situation. Page 3 shows the proposed addition to the house. Page 4 shows the proposed addition superimposed on top of the existing house. And then on page 38, you see the combined drawing, the existing house and the addition superimposed. On page 38, you see the proposed addition with the setbacks labeled 15.9 for the concrete wall and 17 feet 11 inches for the stairwell at the point where the stairwell goes above 30 inches above grade. The lot was platted in 1968. It is too small for the Girdwood GR2 district, and the house was built prior to zoning, so as they exist, both are legally non-conforming. The single-family home was built in 75, according to property appraiser records. We were not able to locate any permits. The current owner purchased the property in October of 2001. The property does have a fairly steep slope on both the north and east sides of the house. There are photographs on page 47 which begin to explain that. So it appears obvious that the house was built towards the south side of the lot, close to the front yard setback, as a result of the slope on the north and east side. The owner now wishes to enlarge the house so that it will be more comparable to what currently exists in the neighborhood, and this will end any non-conforming rights for the house. Regarding the standards, Standard 1 is substantially met. The lot is slope affected and does appear to be reasonably related to having the house moved, or the original house, I should say, constructed forward on the front of the lot. The application does mention streams and wetlands on the property, but we do not have any mapped streams or wetlands, and we did not observe any on the property. Nevertheless, the slope alone appears sufficient to declare that standard number 1 is substantially met. Standard 2, because of the physical circumstances, exceptional undue hardship would result. This is also substantially met. First is because of standard 1, there are physical circumstances directly affecting the need for the variance. And denial of the variance, part 2 of this standard, denial of the variance would prevent the applicant from having a modern, larger home comparable to homes currently in the neighborhood. The existing cabin is only 683 square feet in size, and the newer homes in the neighborhood are about 2,000 square feet in size. Standard 3, that the hardship is not self-imposed. The standard is partially met. It is partially met because of the physical issues related to standard number 1, the slope. However, it is also only partially met because the situation was pre-existing and fairly obvious to anyone who would have observed the property and obtained a survey prior to anticipating any construction. Purchasing a property and a problem that already exists and then requesting permission for violating the appropriate sections of the code is in effect a self-created problem. Standard 4, the variance if granted will not adversely affect the use of adjacent property. This standard may be met. The house itself does not appear to present any issues. However, the driveway width, as shown in some drawings and as appears in some photographs, is wider than the legally allowed width for residential driveways, and this has the potential of placing a driveway too close to a neighbor's driveway or too close to an intersection. So the applicant's going to be asked to clarify that when he submits for a building permit. Standard 5, the variance is in keeping with the intent of the code. The standard is substantially met. This is a requested dimensional variance. It's not a use variance and is a relatively minor encroachment to on the front of the house. Standard 6, the variance, if granted, does not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare. Likewise, as in Standard 4, the standard may be met. It's really the illegal driveway width that could present a future safety issue. And Standard 7, the variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible a reasonable use of the land. This standard is substantially met. It is a very small house compared to the newer homes in the area. The encroachment is about 4 feet 3 inches at the maximum point. This is a 20% encroachment, so it cannot be considered minimal. However, it is not visually obvious, and if you look at the aerial photograph on page 11, you will see that other homes in the area do also appear to be fairly close to the front yard setback. The recommendation is for denial, as Standard 3 is only partially met. The department has some conditions on pages 9 and 11, should the board, page 9 and 10, should the board find for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Are there any questions of staff by the board? Mr. Vig.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, on page 8 of the packet, the very last sentence of the discussion on standard number 4 says, drainage and runoff do not appear to be an issue. The Girdwood Land Use Committee issued a letter of non-objection to this request. While I was looking through the packet, I saw a number of comments from people in the Girdwood area who were frustrated that this hadn't gone through the Land Use Committee, and could you clarify that comment in the packet?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vig. When anyone comes in for an application, we make a general reference to them, especially as it regards standard number 4. How does your proposal affect the use of adjacent properties? So we advise applicants to talk to the neighbors and talk to the community council. It's almost a matter of habit. Did I specifically say that to Mr. Parrott or not? I don't know. I can't recall. I meant to. I should have. It's not a code requirement. It's a courtesy for the community councils and the Land Use Committee. And the Land Use Committee and the Board of Supervisors didn't know about it. They do now. They have no objection.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last statement. You said that you...
They say they didn't know about it at the time. I believe them. They do know about it. The Land Use Committee and the Board of Supervisors do know about the proposal now, and they have no objection.
Okay. But we don't have a copy of that letter of non-objection in the packet, though.
Because it came very late.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, could the applicant come forward? And can you state and spell your name for the record?
Dan Parrott, D-A-N-P-A-R-R-E-T-T.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Gosh, my wife and I bought this place 2001 as a weekend cabin while we lived in Dutch Harbor. We're moving the family to Girdwood in the next year. And it's a small cabin, and we want to make it a suitable home to raise our child. It's a tough lot to build on for the stated reasons. The foundation has a jet out, as you'll see in the proposal, on the left side that was put in for a stairwell. The design of the house has to basically go around that stairwell in order to make it a multi-story house. Several designs were looked at and brought up by our architect. And this was the one that encroached the least. And looking down our road, there are 9 houses in a row on our side of the street. All of them encroach because there's a stream that runs on the back of all of our properties, and it's very steep. So our encroachment is relatively minor compared to the existing homes. I guess everything else is pretty much self-explanatory. Any questions? I should say that the encroachment is a CMU wall, which basically supports a deck above the stairs, and it isn't an actual habitable portion of the home.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. One question. Is there a creek? There was discussion about a creek or the presence of a creek in the vicinity. Do you have one? Is there one along the, somewhat familiar with the area, is there one on the back property line there?
Yes, it's on the back property line, and I believe the plat has it as a wilderness area or something like that. And it runs behind the entire length of the road, of the street.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. Ms. Croft.
Yes, Mr. Parrott, I'm just curious, are you just reusing the foundation? Are you taking everything else down?
We're trying.
It's strange, like you're straightening the walls back.
Well, got to be artistic. It's Girdwood. No, we're using the same foundation, and that's the only way we can do this financially. We're doing it all out of pocket. And the only way to do it is to use the existing foundation because it's a concrete footer CMU foundation and it's perfect. In order to meet all the setback requirements for our lot, we would have to destroy a lot, perfectly good foundation, bring in more fill, and then build a new foundation. So yes, we are going to use the same foundation in order to link the upper story with the lower story, and it's only 24 feet. Well, the stairway section is only 19 feet long, and in order to use that as a stairway, you need a landing at the top, and then you need a landing to walk into the house. So it kind of necessitates bringing the landing out, and therefore the encroachment with the stairway and the concrete wall.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Ms. Denny.
So the way I look at it, you're going to use the existing footprint of the house and just add another story above it?
Well, that's partially correct, and we're going to square off the front prow of the 70s style to make it a more modern style. So we will be bringing the forward portion of the right side of the house forward, but that part won't be encroaching. It'll be just the stairway.
So you're going to add another footing and another foundation?
We're going to tie in a footer, yes.
Okay, that's how you get the square out of the...
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Does staff have any questions of the applicant?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett, I think we have a pretty short public hearing. So is there anyone, we'll open it for public hearing. Is there anyone from the public wishing to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Does staff have any rebuttal?
No, thank you.
Does the applicant have any rebuttal?
Hi, my name is Carolyn Fogg, CAROLINEFOGG. I just wanted to mention that the deck being built was it was built to retain the snow that would otherwise fall on the stairway. And we figured this was a good safety measure as well in case of fire, because there's a lot of snowfall in Girdwood. And not only aesthetically is it nice to have a deck that sticks out of your house, but it was actually very convenient and very practical to use it as a way to keep the snow from falling on the stairway. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Fogg. Are there any questions of the... Thank you very much. With that, the matter rests with the board. Could I have a positive motion from a board member, please? Mr. Vague.
Mr. Chairman, in case 2010-079, I move that we grant a variance request from, in the GR2 district, a variance from AMC 21.09.060, Table B1, which requires a 20-foot front yard setback to allow a setback of 15 feet 9 inches for a concrete wall and 17 feet 11 inches for a stairway, subject to the department's recommendations on page 9 and 10.
Recommendations 1 and 2. And do we have another? It sounds like that second, again, Mr. Barrett, on page 9, do we have another standard 3 as the paragraph that begins, if after the public hearing? You see that, Mr. Vague?
Yeah, suggesting making that a third condition. Is that what you're... Yeah, I would include that.
Okay. And that, for the record, on page 9, that is the new standard 3. If after the public hearing the board establishes findings that the standards are substantially met, and continuing on that paragraph. However, not striking the subject to, recommends the department recommends the approval subject to. Mr. Ron, you've indicated you would second that motion?
That's correct. If a seconder were to have a friendly amendment, would now be a good time to do it before we get into the motion. Board Member Croft pointed out the exactness of the dimensions, and I don't know if it's worth quick board discussion before voting on a motion if we should address that exactness at this stage of the game and perhaps limiting the petitioner to inches, as it were. If Ms. Croft would like to weigh in on that.
Ms. Croft.
Yeah, inches are just, you don't want to be dealing with inches when you've got a foundation and everything like that. I guess I would be, would recommend I don't know how careful they were with that 15 foot 9 inches. I don't believe we even need the 17 feet 11 inches, because once you've given them a setback of 15 feet or something, or 16 feet, I'm sorry, no, we want to do 15 feet, then that would also accommodate the stairway as well. So you just take the greatest encroachment, give them a few extra inches, because you're not going to get it placed that precisely. And since they came here before they built, which is really nice, I don't want to see them back here again saying, oops, we missed it by 6 inches.
That much.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, however, I am not looking at granting a blanket encroachment across the whole length of that frontage. So I understand where you're going, but just wanted to make sure the intent of the variance. And perhaps Mr. Barrett could weigh in. Are we normally more not as I always get prescriptive, constrictive, destructive? What are we being too precise with this variance, as Ms. Croft said? That
and one of the department recommendations is also 4 feet 3 inches.
that is what is now condition number 3.
Mr. Chairman, we are being a little more precise than we usually are. I will often round down myself to give an extra couple of inches leeway. But to respond specifically to Ms. Croft's about the 15.9 being the greatest portion of the encroachment, the reason I threw the stairs in there as well is because they are separate pieces of the building and they could be affected or modified separately in the future. And one is concrete and one is wood, so I'm suspecting there may be a little bit different lifespan for each of them. Just wanted to make sure they were both covered. But the overall statement that 15.9 is the greatest degree of encroachment, well, that's the variance, yes.
Ms. Croft, what was your friendly amendment then?
Well, the amendment would be just to allow setback of 15 feet. I'm sorry, 16 feet. No, 15 feet. That gives them that gives them 5 feet instead of the 4 foot 3 inches. And I guess then I'm unclear, because usually when we've changed the setback, we haven't said it's a setback, but only for this 6 feet width. It's usually the whole setback gets moved. We don't say you can have a setback for 3 feet here, and then you're back up to a normal setback, and then you've got another variance there. It's usually moving the whole line. And so that's why I was suggesting that we just say 15 feet and let them move the whole line, and the stair and the concrete wall all have to stay, all have to be conforming.
And I agree with your statement. However, we do have this condition that we're in accordance with the drawing that's submitted. Typically, it's either an as-built for the after the fact, which again I do want to say I'm glad to see these applicants here beforehand. But there's also one of the 3 conditions that are before us are for them to be in compliance with that drawing. So it's not a setback across the entire width of the lot.
Well, right, but if then any time someone else, another owner down the line modifies this, that's sort of as if this wall can't move. I mean, I don't know how you then allow modifications to a structure in 20 years if it's tied to one wall on this particular drawing, as opposed to just a line on the lot that says this is now your building area.
Mr. Barrett, does the, I guess I might be getting enlightened tonight, but is it for the entire width that we're, if there was to be some future expansion within the setback, is this variance granting that?
If the reference to the condition which says essentially or substantively as shown on the as-built or plot plan dated such and such. So no, we don't see it as a blanket all the way across, or someone could build a structure full all the way across the lot up to that setback. So no, we do try and tie it to the drawing specifically as well. So I respectfully have to disagree with Ms. Croft. Yes, in the broad language, we're talking about 15 feet from the lot line, but we're also talking about a specific proposal that's reflected on a set of plans, and that's what the variance is for, what's shown on the plans.
I guess it's late, and I don't recall your specific friendly amendment. What was it? And I believe Mr. Long and Mr. Vick.
My main issue is a dimensional one, and that saying 15 feet 9 inches is just a little too close. So if we want to be precise in limiting the variance, then I think you could still do the wall and the stairways separately, but I would I would not say 17 feet 11 inches. I would say 17 feet. Or instead of 15 feet 9 inches, I would say 15 feet, so that it gives them a little bit of latitude in placing their foundations.
Mr. Vig and Mr. Ron, do you have any opposition to that or discussion about that friendly amendment?
No. No opposition.
Mr. Ron?
No, I'm agreeable to that.
Very well.
I'm sorry, I'm not making my friendly amendments for this evening.
I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Vig, do you need to speak to your motion? Or let me rephrase that. Mr. Vig, would you please speak to your motion?
Gladly. Well, I do believe that I concur with staff's findings in regard to standard number 1 with the slope and the location of the stream on the north side of the lot in the back. There are some physical circumstances that limit this ability of this parcel to be developed. The strict application of the code in standard number 2 because of these physical circumstances would create undue hardship. He talked about having to bring in lots of fill and completely redo the foundation to avoid the encroachment. Number 3, the hardship is not self-imposed. Staff found that was partially met. I, too, would like to commend the applicant for bringing their case to the board in advance, and I think it's at least partially, if not substantially, met. They're trying to improve the existing structure so that it's more usable, and the encroachments are really just for providing access. And so I'm willing to give them a little bit of leeway on standard number 3. Standard number 4, I don't believe that granting this variance request would adversely affect the use of adjacent property. We've not seen comments to that effect, and the Land Use Committee and Girdwood has indicated that they don't object to it. Standard number 5, granting this variance would not change the zoning character. I agree that that's met, as is 6 and 7. I believe this is about the minimum variance to make reasonable use of the land, and so I intend to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vague. Mr. Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I intend to support the motion as well. However, before fully doing so, I realize the public hearing has been closed, and we have slightly amended the request as put forth by the petitioner. So is it reasonable to ask the petitioner if our friendly amendment is friendly to them as well?
I have no objection. Does any of the board have any objection to that? Would you care to direct the question to Ms. Shaw or Mr. Parrott?
To either of the petitioners, are you aware of the friendly amendment that we put forth, and that the motion before us is now to slightly change the dimensions for the variance of which you've requested, giving you a few inches of leeway? And my question to you is that agreeable?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yes. All right. Thanks. Mr. Vegas has adequately summarized my position as well, and we'll say nothing more. I intend to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Is there any further discussion from any other board members? If not, please vote. You get a prize for wait until the end of the evening. Any party aggrieved by that motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Any party aggrieved by this decision has 30 days to appeal to Superior Court. The 30-day appeal period commences to run upon mailing of the written decision.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. That concludes our public hearings, and that concludes our cases for this evening, which brings us to item I, reports. I apologize to Ms. Williams for not welcoming her to the board earlier at the start of the evening. We have a new board member, for those of you who are less perceptive than others. Welcome to the board. I think you've probably experienced one of the longer meetings that we've had or will have. Don't know if it was one of the more complicated, but I made a pretty good stab at making it complicated on a couple of the cases. But welcome to the board. I have no further comments, except perhaps, do any of the other board members have any comments? Mr. Ron.
One quick comment. I'll keep it brief. Perhaps we can discuss it at another meeting. The issue has arisen a few times with primarily condo associations and allowing homeowners to speak. I don't know if it's within our purview to establish a standard that we can adopt and use from this point forward, but that in perhaps communication with staff in the early submittal process can alleviate some of the tension and concerns that could have arisen tonight.
No, I concur 100%, and I worry about the asking questions you don't want to know the answers to, but there was the potential, I think, if there were 50 people that wanted to testify, that it could have gone that way. Having any additional direction or procedures in place to either address the applicants or identify the procedure to the applicants prior to the meeting, and to offer any suggestions to the chair on how to handle that.
Well, in the past, we've denied people that opportunity. We do get a lot of condo associations, and we really have asked them to limit their presentations to their representative. And so I feel it's a little bit unfair to those that have come before to let some of the new ones go on.
And I believe I was recusing myself from those condo cases, so I didn't know before. But if that's been the policy, that makes it easy on us, and we can take our lumps from the people when they show up. But it would be nice to brace them for it beforehand too.
But also we could, if you know there's the potential, obviously Mr. Barrett can give them a warning ahead of time, but before the petitioner speaks at all, make it clear, clear saying this is for the condo association and all of those represented by the condo association, that you are speaking as one petitioner. Because, I mean, if they'd brought it as 4 separate cases for 4 separate lots, they would have gotten 4 times the talking time. I mean, there's a benefit, in effect, and a detriment to combining all the cases into, and combining all the different owners into one case.
Right. Mr. Barrett, any other comments from any of the board members? Mr. Barrett, would you like to let us know the bad news for the caseload for the next months?
I can't count that high. But I believe it's the same number overall, but whereas the very first one tonight was just a 10-minute job from last month, so we're going to be this late again, plus we'll have the condo association with the fence, but hopefully we'll have everything ironed out and a compromise proposal and put it before you and vote. So I'll put my money on 11:30 for next month as well, but maybe no second meeting then. Take our little victories where we find.
Did the rest of the board know there might be? Did they know there might be a second meeting though?
No.
We were going to spring that, especially if there was any spillover from tonight. We went ahead and reserved the room for a second meeting next month. But it looks like we might get out of it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
We're going to scare off our new board member.
Yeah. Mr. Ron.
If the regularly scheduled meeting will be August 12th, I will not be here for that.
Very well. Hopefully we can get Mr. Burkhart to listen to the minutes, as well Mr. Burkhart and Mr. Fink. Does any of the other board members know their schedule for next month?
I may be gone then as well. Not just because it's a heavy caseload.
Yeah.
What does that head shake mean?
Yeah. All right. Well, all right. Well, I guess we've got a 6-member board that night as well. So, with that, no other comments? We're adjourned.